Welcome back. This is session 5, I believe, of the Fiend spawn. And we'll start off with a quick little recap from Travis and then from Ken before we kind of move into the story. I want to say that we leveled up last time. Hopefully, we all remembered to do that. And we were also talking about transitioning over to 5.5 or 2025. What do they call it, Travis? What's the
2024?
2024 version?
D&D 1 or 2024 is, I don't know.
D&D
Kind
1. That's maybe less syllables. I'll go with that. As with your character, or if you're keeping your old one, but try not to like jump between to maximize stuff. But
yeah, but how are we supposed to do the best that we can?
Yeah, I want all of the good stuff from both of them.
Only the good stuff.
Only the good
No
things.
negatives.
I like to think that all of them are good things. They're just different ways that we can play. You know what I mean?
Also, I'm bringing Ben's to the left for my other campaign.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's part of the D&D 1 rules as written.
No, just the weapon. That's it. It's fine.
Oh, that's the Vorpal Blade, if I recall, right?
No, it's just a broken sword.
Yeah, it's a broken sword. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. The Ben's to the left. It's fine.
I believe
All right,
that.
for all you stream viewers out there, I'm Travis. I'm the star of this show, so listen to me a lot. Don't worry about everybody else.
You can always tell the star of the show because they're the ones that say they're the star.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. It's like telling a joke and explaining it. That's
right.
Really how you really give it the punch.
Or saying that you're telling the truth. If you just say you're telling the truth enough.
Exactly. If I'm being honest right now, I'm really the star of the show.
Got it.
Okay, so here we go. Session 4, which was our third at 2. And I put an asterisk and 2024 rebuilds. Phoenix, Winter, and Vaclav all rebuilt for last session. I'm now fully using 2024 build, so should be fun. We overcome the Watchers at the entrance to the Bastion. We force them to give the false alarm signal so that we are not pursued by more Watch. We knock out the Watch, we collect their weapons, and we enter the Bastion with them. We tie them up around a column so that it's even more difficult for them to try and get loose. We manacle the Watch around the column and proceed. Okay, so I just listed it kind of by rooms. So room 1 smelled of urine and gross smelling camping gear and a fire. It looked like people were there within the last week or so not immediately before, but fairly shortly before. Room number 2, we encountered the pedestal with the magic chalice containing the dried blood and a magic door. Vaclav reads, I put in parentheses, blood offer. Inscription on the door, blood offerings to the chalice gain access to room 3, where we see scorched bones and dragon statues. Vaclav puts magic spear through the door and slam, and then whoosh, and we hear the fireball effect sound on the other side of the door. No entry for Phoenix with a blood offering. Then room 4, the devil statue with offering basin. Loki and Rosa try and open the secret door behind the statue and get blasted. Was that lightning? I can't really remember what the damage was there, but they got torn up. We hear the room 3 doors opening. We enter, proceed to get repeatedly fire-breathed. Winter and Phoenix go down. Loki uses the gift pipes from what's his name? Toxon?
Tokos.
From Tokos, and ends the fire damage. Rosa heals us up to living. Us being Loki, being Phoenix and Winter. And we enter the next passage to the east. Room number 5. The Will-O-Wisp-ish orbs, Frostbolt Winter. We collectively destroy them. Vaclav, Rosie, and Loki investigate the minute waterway running from the wall down and which has been directed to stay in the middle of the floor. Room number 5 has the tableaus. The first one is of a powerful sorcerer with a solar burst of carnage. Second one is an old stylized dragon. I have center balance with 3 pieces. Divine, sorcery, and wizardry. It was like a circle, like a pie chart or something I gathered. So, and it was showing divine, sorcery, and wizardry being equal. The third one was a landscape with a spire, similar to what we've encountered now. Lighthouse. The spire was like a lighthouse with a sun-like emanation casting out shadows from the ballad. Number 4 had fallen pieces of a fresco, possibly magic image. We weren't sure. It was kind of destroyed. Phoenix thinks there is a secret passage and enlists Winter to dig through the wall. Secret chasm. Undisturbed. Phoenix spelunks and returns, then sends wild companion Ember, a fey bat, to inspect. We encounter primordial magic energy geyser room. It was like a capped off pool of or source of primordial energy, and then there was a pipe up above it that I think we gathered seemed to be going straight up through the geyser, which would kind of have matched the lighthouse fresco or the lighthouse tableau that we saw. We try this. We go back, so there's another door in there, and we don't open that door. We go back and we try the stairs, the circular stairs that were going down that Rosa was insisting would be better. And so she goes down, and she instantly gets blasted to 0 hit points with electrical bolts. I believe it was Loki went and retrieved her and brought her back up. And we headed back to the chasm, but meanwhile there were the orbs that had blasted Rosa were following us very slowly, so we were okay. Let's see. Yeah, we head back down the chasm with the electrical orbs in slow chase. We left Ember on Sentinel there. We go through the hijinks at the geyser from before taking a long rest on Mud Island. And the hijinks were freaking Winter was literally just like, yep, trying to kick the cap off of this thing.
Right.
And meanwhile, we were all trying to hold the cap on and so forth. And so we ended up getting a long rest on some very tenuous, muddy, above water structure. This entire room was ankle to knee deep in water. So there you go.
Awesome. Lots more detail. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I think that's more than I had. So session 4 called it Cleanse. The whistle was blown. Tasha's hideous laughter was used on one of the guards as Rosa goes after the other one. Managed to intimidate them to give up and sound the false alarm. Knock them out and bring them into the Bastion. Pick the lock to get inside. Drag the bodies into the first room. It's a pretty open area and it's been gone through before, but not much remains. Loki tests detect magic. Winter teaches Phoenix how to sneak around and do dragon-like things. Old magic is what Loki detects, not of a school, on the walls and floors. Go to the room with a chalice, inscription on the pedestal, and strange liquid within it. Vaclav drips some of his blood in, and the door opens for him, but not for anyone else. Others do the same afterwards, and Vaclav conjures a spear and puts it past the threshold of the door, which closes promptly as sounds of fire come from the other side. Go to the north room, see a double painting. It appears to approve of blood and coin offerings by smiling. We decide to brave the room of fire and all go in and get hit. Winter and Phoenix go down before Loki remembers the flute and uses it to give the party immunity to fire. After being brought back up, Winter thinks he's become a dragon. Find several items, including studded leather, a ring, a great sword, all appearing magical. The next room has orbs floating, and they attack Winter, and the rest of the party files in. The next room has small altars with pictures. Everyone takes a look at one or more of them. Winter and Phoenix check out the damaged one, where Phoenix claims there should be a secret door. No one believes him. No one else believes him, but they tear the wall to discover a passage downward. Phoenix explores it, ends up coming back, noting it is difficult. Summons a bat to fly down. Sees a room with a pedestal in the ceiling above. A green orb that blocks some sort of power. Rosa wants to go down the stairs, briefly sees Tokos and has a small interaction, convinces the rest of the party to do so, and then gets zapped by another orb and faints. The party gets her out and back up the stairs, then everyone goes down the passage, leaving the bat behind to look out. Winter wants to get the cover off the orb and sees Tokos briefly watching with interest. Does not manage to overpower the rest of the party to do so. Look into the next room, only to see more threatening orbs. Winter says the party has to move the cover under the conduit, as it is right below the Bastion. Vaclav moves some earth around to make for a comfy place to rest that's not in knee-deep water. And then that's where we stopped.
Perfect. Awesome. So we are kind of chilling out here, and I guess I can add in that water, because I realize we're kind of in that knee-deep water, aside from the spot where you guys are resting. And while we're resting, is there a watch in any order, or is everyone kind of like closing their eyes at once, or what's the plan for that?
Let's see.
I'll take first watch.
I'll do second watch.
That's the water. Okay.
Um,
Could you type
Winter
your...
go.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I'll write it.
Yeah.
First watch is Rosa. Second was who?
Loki.
Loki. Oh, and Kevin, if you could change
Yeah.
your... Oh, perfect. Just noticed it.
Also, Daniel Redding, if you could change your...
Yep, I meant to do that, and I forgot. I got distracted.
Just all leave them like I do.
I don't know why mine resets. I think it's a
Mine
setting in
reset.
Zoom or something.
Yeah, mine resets every time, too.
Yeah, I have to change mine every time because when I go onto like an IEP meeting or something, it comes up as like for a while, like Rosa, they're like, oh, who's Rosa? Now, before it was, who's Aurora?
Yeah. Third watch was who?
I'll do
third.
I'll do third.
Three watches or Winter? Do you want to go next, or just
I'll take fourth watch.
four? Because that's 2 hours each. Vaclav.
Yep. And then,
Winter. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I fall asleep during the watch.
And Winter, did you want to jump in on one of them, or just not watch?
Winter will jump in whenever someone wakes him up to watch.
I forget to wake Winter
Sure.
up.
I see Vaclav's coming in with a sense of chaos adding into the group, so I'm excited for that.
I think
Perfect.
I'm not very worried that anything's going to interrupt us here, and I think I'm kind of schlubby. I'm the kind of guy who's like, I'm just gonna get a few winks and I'll wake up Winter.
Perfect. Okay, then Rosa. So is everyone right now? I get my question is looking at the space. Everyone has like a little 5-foot square, but if you're like resting or laying down, you would need more space than that. Is everyone just kind of like tightly in like a little puppy pile aside from the person that's watching, or what does the group look like here on Mud Island?
I'm small, so I can just curl up wherever.
Sure, that makes sense.
I'm good with whatever everyone else decides.
Yeah, we're all family. I imagine we're just lined up like sardines.
That makes sense. And then Rosa, if you're watching, are you on Mud Island? Are you in the water? Are you walking around? What does your watch look like?
I would be kind of in the water. Like I'm imagining kind of taking it very seriously and also trying not to wake anybody. And so every time like I'm so careful. And then every time I make too much of a noise, I'm like cursing myself and, oh, stupid. And I sit and I listen. Then I'm like, I do the same thing, but I'm quite vigilant about it.
Makes sense. Are you moving around in the water, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Can you make a perception check for me?
Sure. Not bad. That would be a 20.
Oh, wow. So you are taking this very seriously and noticing every possible change or movement in the space. You notice that your party is resting very well. They kind of immediately fell asleep. I feel like especially Winter and Phoenix in the way that only like a child can immediately fall asleep, or a, adolescent, because Winter's like 16 or 15?
17.
17, okay. I mean, similar still, but yeah. But Rosa, as you're walking around, you manage to stay pretty quiet, not tripping over things that are in the water. But you notice that this like area of this primal energy from this like green marked space, definitely it seems to be like growing and becoming like more and more intense. And it's almost like you can feel this like connection to it, that it's like it's like pulling you over, and it really like wants you to like be there and like free it.
If that's the case, I am going to invoke my channel divinity. Is it channel divinity that we have? Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like to I'd like to use my channel divinity to, what is that called? What is that thing called where I check to see
The detect
what
evil
is
or whatever.
Detect good and evil.
Sense.
Yeah,
What is that
it's
called?
a paladin
Divine
sense
sense.
thing.
Divine
Or
sense.
presence or whatever.
Yes, divine sense.
And are you a 2024 paladin or a old school paladin?
I am a 2024
Oh,
paladin.
perfect. I think it's slightly different, so if you could put it in the chat, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
I found it. I'll paste it.
Oh, thanks, Ken.
It's a bonus action.
Oh, right, because this one's now, it lasts for 10 minutes instead of being like one round like the old one.
Yeah.
Perfect. You are using that?
But because I can sense it right by the green area, I'm actually releasing that divine sense there.
I think it's like 60 feet around you. It's so you can. So, what do you mean releasing it there?
Where I'm releasing it so it's encompassing, but I'm focusing on that, knowing that that's kind of what is drawing me.
Sure. So, from reading it, it sounds like you can like detect creature types. You don't get a sense that it's like a celestial fiend or undead or anything like that. However, you can also sense like hallowed or consecrated or desecrated ground, and you get a strong feeling of the ground being like hallowed in some way. Not that it's like consecrated or desecrated, but almost that it's like like primal and like ancient and rich. That it's like a different set of ground. Not that it's like towards like good and heavenly or evil and devilly, if you will, but more just that this is like there's an intensity that's going beyond like a typical space.
Is it all of the ground or specifically in
The specifically like the green circle, so I can add a little label to those too.
Sure. And is as the water surrounding us, is it also underwater? Am I having to sense it through the water, or is it?
I'm picturing it's like a little like one of those like underwater volcanoes almost, where like the green energy is like pushing up above the water, but there's like a barrier that's kind of blocking it. Like the water and the energy aren't mixing like oil and water would.
Kind of like when Aang was in the bubble.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
All right. It makes me feel unsettled, but I do nothing about it. I'm like, okay, this is fine. This is, oh, all right. Not bad, you know, and I'm like starting to like talk to myself as I'm going through the watch, kind of just keeping this to myself.
Perfect.
When you say it calls to me, what do you mean by that? Like actual voice, or I feel compelled by it?
Not compelled and not a voice. More like standing on the top of an abyss, like right at the edge, but you want to lean over and look in, but like you know that you probably shouldn't, but like the desire to like look in is there, like a call to the void almost.
I get closer to it. I want to touch it.
You want to, or you do?
Oh yeah. I'm like right next to it. I'm in the middle of my watch. What do I feel as I approach it?
You can feel that there's this as you get closer to it, it's like the power is getting more and more. I'm almost picturing like an like electrical style of like a huge static buildup, and as you're getting closer, you can like all your hair on your arms and your head like starts like picking up, as though there's this huge like potential as you're getting closer and closer and like reaching out to touch it. There is like that little cover over it that seems like it's like stopping it from bubbling up. If you recall that there's like a conduit attached to the ceiling that seems, and there's this like larger like raft, this black raft that's like blocking the energy from moving one space to another. That's where Winter was trying to like push it off, and you guys were stopping him from doing that before. So you could like conceivably like reach in and touch the energy down below it, but if you wanted to at this point.
What does it look like?
So I'm picturing those like I don't like, you know, those little like stress balls that the kids have that like have like those different colored translucent shimmering colors inside. So it's almost like a like this like a mass of colors of different shades of green and like sparkles kind of all like shimmering around inside, and similar to like those little glass they're not like Tesla coils, but there's little things you can touch and like the little beams go to you. I can't remember what they're called. Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like little lights. As like if you were to touch it, it more like, so they're all like the little movements is like in your direction, like kind of hovering and pushing at like the edge of this bubble underwater.
I'm assuming that like this is the same. It hasn't changed from when we were first around, correct?
That's correct.
And there's like a cap on top of it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I do nothing. But I also am drawn to it. I'm like right next to it.
Yep.
Tropes.
As you're kind of like looking and debating about whether to touch it or not is kind of what it feels like. You kind of like sense a presence next to you for a moment, and you look over, and like Tokos is like looking up at you and the primal on the ground, and he's like rubbing his hands together like this. And then when he sees you, his eyes meet you, he gets startled and then disappears again.
That steals me, and I move away from the thing, and I just gather myself, and I continue the pacing for the rest of my watch.
As you do, you feel like you heard like a "aw" somewhere, but you couldn't place where that sound happened to come from in that sense. Perfect. As your watch comes to an end, would you wake up the second watch? That was Loki, I think.
Yeah, I would wake up Loki.
Before you do, I was just curious if that was your intention. You start to smell a sense of like smelling brimstone more and more, like a kind of this rotten egg smell. Maybe it's from the water, maybe it's from something else, but you're not. You do certainly notice it.
Brimstone and not sulfur.
I think they're the same, but
It's a little bit different, but I mean, I guess like because part of it at first I'm like, oh, Loki, did you fart?
well, yeah, I think brimstone is like the old-fashioned word for sulfur. I think it's the same exact thing.
It is. And I like question. I'm like, oh, men. But I kind of I slowly nudge him awake, trying not to wake Phoenix up.
Yeah. Perfect. Loki, your watch? Same plan? Tell me about what you're up to on your watch.
And before I go, like, lay my head to rest, I tell Loki, I'm like, hey, that Tokos is around. Beware the thing, the ball over there. It will call to you.
What does it say?
It doesn't say. It's alluring. You know when Loki, when we stare at the fire during the solstice and we scare all of the people who are watching us because we're tieflings and we do it on purpose, but then you can't look away from the fire? It's like that.
Wow. All right. That seems really ominous.
Yeah, but don't give in. There's something off. I don't know if I trust the Tokos guy.
I don't think we should trust this Tokos guy.
That's the whole reason we're here, though. Like, I shouldn't we be with the family?
Didn't we kind of get railroaded into doing this?
And you were the one who told me that we needed to get this artifact.
There's some truth to that. The rest of these kids, they're just crazy.
I didn't know we were going to send the family off to the freaking north without me.
Well, that couldn't be helped. The world has always been against us.
I could have stayed with them.
I
But
think
then you got to bring the kid.
the
You gotta bring
loudness
the
of the
kid.
argument would allow anyone else to wake up and contribute if you chose to.
I can assure you by going, shut up.
Yes.
I pull out the flute that Tokos gave us and like start playing soothing songs so they'll sleep.
Oh, nice.
I
Can you
throw
make
something at him.
can you make a performance check, Loki?
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
Oh, not terrible. 17.
17. Nice. It was a strong start of the melody until like a giant mud pie kind of hit you in the side of the face, and then you heard Vaclav's cackling in the side. She's like, "Yes."
So much for songs of rest.
Loki, yeah. Are you similar watch style? Are you staying on the mud island, or are you moving to the water around? Or just curious about that.
I think I would be quietly walking around, and looking all around, but probably really eyeing the primal energy.
Sure, sure. Can you make a perception check?
12.
Perfect. Yeah. You start to notice this smell. I don't think Rosa happened to mention it, but this kind of like foul air that seems to be coming from somewhere in the room, or maybe it's from the primal energy. It's hard to tell, but it's this like sulfurous, horrible smell of brimstone that's kind of like filling the space and is making your like eyes water a little bit.
Fabulous. I I'm gonna look around and see if I can figure out more about where it's coming from. Is it stronger on one side of the room than the other?
Yeah, as you're kind of like moving from side to side and kind of like you're like smelling and measuring, like, is it coming from under the door? Is it coming from over here? Is it coming from this space? You like, I picture your eyes are watering and you kind of like push the like the water out of your eyes and open them again. And for a moment, you are like you look around and you're in like a different space, and suddenly there's like dirt on the floor and you're in like a tiny room, and you see off to the side there's like a kitchen, but all of the walls are made out of like scrap metal, and there's this horrible heat emanating from you around, and it's oppressive. And then suddenly you're back in the previous spot that you were in this little water-filled space. The smell was like absolutely horrific in this alternate space that you're in, and then after you blinked, you kind of returned back to it. You also would have heard like a noise from behind you, but you didn't get a chance to investigate what it was before you kind of return back, or if it was something, maybe it was nothing. It's hard to tell. You are exhausted.
Whoa, that was quite a hallucination. Or was I dreaming? Did I fall asleep on watch?
It was hard to tell for a moment.
So, um, did that seem to come from any particular area, or was it just as I was meandering around the room?
It would have happened as you were getting closer to the ball of primal energy.
Okay. I'll very no, yeah, so I'll keep looking around at like what was that, trying to see if I can um go back to that space and see it again.
Sure,
Um,
sure. Trying to like repeat your steps like you did before, kind
Right.
of thing. Yeah. As you do, you kind of get closer again to the primal energy again, feeling a little bit of this call that maybe Rosa was talking about, of just this interest. But again, you kind of snap over to the other space, this like room that's kind of like filled with this heated sulfurous air, and the walls are like emanating from this heat. And as you look around, give me 1 second to set up. Gonna move you guys over to another map, but I want to make sure I don't mess it up. Okay, I'm going to pop this in here. I'll describe it in just a second. I'll put the link in the chat if you would like to go there. Loki, you are kind of looking around. You find yourself in like the corner of like a room. I've designated on here this lighter red to be a interior of the room, and the darker red to be like this metallic wall surface. Loki, you immediately notice that the walls are like so hot that as you're right next to them, you are like uncomfortably warm, and if you were to stay there longer, it would start to like burn your skin. Your resistance to fire is probably what made it so that it didn't like immediately burn you. You notice though immediately that your party is still resting and is exactly as they were on Mud Island, but now they're on the ground inside of this room. The shape or the creature that you may have heard moving around was probably Tokos, who you can see now. It looks like though that he is partly the fawn that you've seen before, but you can also see here that he has clearly some devil horns and like a tail coming out his back, which might draw to question whether he was actually a satyr or not.
Does he look anything? Wait, are we awake? Just Loki?
Currently just Loki. Actually,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say that. Everyone else was like resting. We'll see if anything happens.
I take out the flute that Tokos had given me, and I play it very softly.
Do you move away from the wall?
Yeah, I would move a little bit away from the wall because obviously that's uncomfortable, and in the direction of Tokos, and I play the flute very softly because that's what fixed the heat before.
Got it. And just playing it softly. Are you trying to wake your party up, or more just trying to?
No, I would definitely be like playing more like tiefling lullabies, which is probably heavy metal music. I don't know.
I don't know, probably. Perfect. Can you make a performance check?
Sure. 15.
15. Perfect. Your heavy metal lullaby, seems to play out. And your intention was to be quiet with it. It doesn't seem to affect anything in the world around you. Anyone in the party would have a chance to wake up with I'm going to say a perception check of like 16 because of the quietness. So it might wake you up or at least give you an option to if you make that.
Does Tokos in any way react to it?
He does not. Looking at him, that brown long counter I have for him is kind of looks like a long work surface, and it looks like he has different sets of like grinding pestles and storage spaces and like different spaces of dissections with different organs and things cut up and stored and hanging from his ceiling. And he's currently looks like he's like tenderizing like a large what looks like some kind of elongated intestinal piece from some creature that you don't recognize, as he's like hammering onto it with a large hammer.
All right, I'll move in his direction, and I'll ask him, Tokos, where is this?
As soon as you say Tokos, he kind of lets out like a scream, ah! And then turns over to you and then runs into the smaller room, which I should have fog of ward out, but you would imagine to be some kind of room. Certainly the rest of the party would wake up at that.
What?
Do we all see
Where
we're in?
are we? Why?
Ah!
Well, I believe this is all like some kind of hallucination, I think, or dream. So
What? Where's the water? What?
What's happening?
Loki, did you touch the thing? Did you uncap the thing?
no,
You let
no,
him do it,
nobody's
not me.
touched the thing.
You did something.
Well, it smelled really bad in here. I was looking at the smell and I was
Looked
dreaming,
at
and
the
now you're all
smell.
in the dream with me.
You're
Winter's
not
gonna start
dreaming.
looking around.
Winters?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead, make a perception check. If anyone else is looking around, go ahead and put that in the chat. If you're going to explore with Winter.
Oh, nice.
Well, however you got in here, get us out of here.
Well, that's a good question. The Tokos, he ran off this way. And
Damn cedar.
Yeah, Winter, as you start to explore and you go around the edge, you see Tokos. Tokos has what looks like a small rock. He throws it at you and kind of gives like a ugh as he does. Winter, what's your armor class?
16.
Ooh,
Yeah.
solid hit. You take 1 damage as the rock hits you in your shoulder.
I'll be like, Tokos, what's up? Why are you throwing that at me?
What do you
Those
get
are our
out?
friends.
You can't be here. Get out of here! As he kind of like rushes back behind the other side of what looks like a very messy bedroom.
Hey, look, Chief,
Tokos, I
we
just
don't even
wanted
know
to-
how we got in here.
Well, he runs under his bed as he does. Winter, you're still in the front. He's gonna pick up like what looks like a old part of a broken mug, and he's going to throw it in your direction. Do you have a shield or anything?
Not with me, no.
You're just what armor are you wearing?
Studded leather, it's the magic one.
Oh,
we picked
perfect.
up.
Yeah, it bounces off your studded leather and deals no damage to you.
We're like, Tokos, man, what's wrong here, buddy?
You, what are you doing here? You can't be in hell.
What?
What? What?
Oh, great.
I
Who's
don't know
on
what's
watch?
going in here, but I'm here.
You fell asleep on watch, Loki, and we all got killed.
Who was on watch? Loki! Uncle Loki!
nobody killed anyone.
Uncle Loki!
I'm
You
gonna
know.
hear.
Talking.
This is very irresponsible!
He
This
said
is
you
not good for the
he's under
family!
the bed. He's shaking. This isn't good. This can't be good. I'm gonna be in so much trouble. I'm gonna be in so much trouble.
But Tokos, you have dragon friends, right? They can get you out of trouble.
Wait a second. Tokos. You look different. What is happening?
And he like squeezes his eyes, and you can see there's like a brief covering of what looks like a satyr, and then it like immediately disperses. I just
want to reach in there and call him out.
yeah. You can easily do that, and you kind of grab. I'm picturing he's pretty small, so you can like hold him up or do whatever you like choose to do.
Yeah, great.
No, and he's kind of like
Yeah.
squirming and trying to like pull away from you as he's going. Can you make an athletics check to try to like hold him at least while he's trying to squirm?
And
10. You barely manage to hold on to him as he's shaking in what looks like fear and attempt to get away from you.
I'd like to, like, kind of try to discern, is he actually afraid of us? Because I was under the impression, or at least Winter was under the impression, that he was a very powerful individual.
Mm-hmm.
So is he not powerful? Am I not seeing him as, like, this weak person? That makes sense?
Sure. Make an insight check.
Yeah. 14.
14. It seems like he's not as afraid of. You have a good question. He seems weaker here than he was when you saw him previously. Whether that's the location or time or something, it definitely seems like he is weaker. He's also not like attempting to kill any of you as well. He seemed to be like more trying to scare you off, like you would like if a black bear came to you, kind of a thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna give him a shake, good hard shake,
Ooh.
and say, hey, get a grip on yourself. Come on, Chief, we need some answers.
Did you do the thing yet?
I go, does anybody know what he's talking about?
I'd like to do an insight of like demons and hell, or not an insight, but like a religion check.
Yeah, sure.
It's not bad. 14. With religion, yeah, 14.
Sure. So you would know that demons don't live in hell in the D&D world, in this particular world. It's the devils that live in hell, and you would know that hell is separated into different layers. There's 9 different levels of hell, and the first layer to the 9th layer, they're like the power goes up increasingly as you go lower into the different layers of hell.
I interject as like Vaclav is like questioning. I'm like, wait, Tokos, you said that we are in hell. What level are we at?
Well, you're in my house.
What level are we at?
I'm in level 2.
Why are we here?
The city of Dell.
Come again?
Level 2 is the city of Dell. Don't you know anything?
No, we don't. We don't. I thought that demons don't live in hell.
No, of course not. We kill all the demons that are here.
You kill demons.
Yeah, those bastards. They don't live by any rules. They just believe in chaos.
So what are you?
I'm a devil, obviously.
I told you. Winter's also gonna say, Tokos, what? You seem so much weaker now. Why were you so strong in the cellar when we met you? What happened?
I'm still strong, he says as he like is shaking underneath Vaclav's like pole. It's when I'm in hell, I lose some of my powers.
Well, come with us then.
Okay, well, you guys need to go back. You shouldn't be here.
Why don't you just come with us? Then you can be stronger.
I can't. It's against the rules.
The rules of what?
Who do you working for?
Who do I work for? Zazuca is my boss.
Zazuca?
Zazuca, yeah. He says.
Have we
She's my boss here on the 2nd layer. But Hinros is the big boss.
Who's the big boss?
Hinros. He's in charge of the 2nd layer of hell. But I don't get to see him very much. He doesn't like me. Neither does Zazuca.
And what do they want with us?
They don't want anything. They're trying to break the king's bargain. That's what this whole thing's about. But I can't tell you anymore because of the rules.
Well, you can trust me. I won't tell your secrets.
It's not about telling you or not. It's that I can't.
Hey, anything that screws with the Emperor, we're in.
Yeah.
Really?
That guy sucks. Yeah.
Well, then you need to get back there and, keep exploring. And he like does some winks at you.
You got something in your eye there?
No. He looks up pleadingly at Loki and Vaclav.
Do you mean explore like Winter was exploring?
Maybe?
I told you all we needed to open that thing and kicked off. That power's got to get out.
I set him
Loki,
down.
what
And
happens when that thing fills up all the space? Is it just gonna destroy us?
Right as you ask that, there's a big like thunk, thunk, thunk on the door of what you would imagine to be like the little house here. And Tokos immediately goes still and says, "You guys have to hide! Quick, be quiet!" And he kind of points to this direction right here in this part of the room. Let me down! Let me down! He says to you, Vaclav.
yeah, I set him down.
And he kind of like darts out of the room. What do you guys do? Do you follow him, or are you hiding, or what are you up to?
I'm hiding, but I'm also gonna like try to peek around the corner.
Perfect. As soon as Tokos like leaves the room over here, the door kind of pounds open, bang, and another creature kind of enters in from the door here. This is a similar shape as you've seen Tokos, but like a larger form. Red skin, a long tail with like a spiked form on the end, huge horns. They'd be very majestic on any tiefling that you've ever seen, but much larger than that. And she's wearing kind of a what looks like torn battle armor, not from anything recent, but more just more of like a torn up style. And her form is very large. She's about probably 7 feet tall as she comes in, kind of howling for Tokos. Tokos! What's the status of your job? As she kind of steps forward, and Tokos is kind of in the center of the room here as Zazuca starts going in. Winter, tell me what you're up to. Are you still peeking around the corner, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm guessing we don't have our packs or like anything we brought with us, just besides what was on us. Is that right?
What did you put something down, or what do you mean?
I'm just thinking I might have like a little mirror or something, and I can like,
Oh, I would think. I think you
out.
would have all of your stuff with you. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll pull one out and try to like do that, like see if I can near the ground, like just to kind of see if I can see the conversation going on.
Sure. I guess none of you would have actually seen her. Now that I'm thinking about
Yeah.
it, Winter, can you make a perception at disadvantage and a stealth at advantage, and put them in the chat, please?
Yes, perception is 10 at disadvantage. Stealth is 17. at advantage.
Perfect. Yeah. So you would hear. You'd certainly hear all of that, and you would get a glimpse of this other form.
And then what language are they speaking? Is it Infernal? Or...
Good question. They would be speaking in Infernal. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Certainly Zazuca. And we've decided that all of you can understand Infernal because it kind of carried over. Even if you didn't have that as a language choice, you would with your new 2024 characters or whatever. Perfect. Toko says, I'm working on it. I'm so sorry. They're really difficult clients. And he kind of starts moving back towards his work table in this way. And the other form kind of like moves menacingly closer to Tokos. And Zazuca then says, why haven't they opened the Primal Sorcerer link yet? And Tokos says, I can't, I can't help. I can't tell them anything. So I have to guide them. I'm guiding. Leave me alone. And he kind of backs up more towards the table. And she says, I've given you so many tries to guide a group to this space. I'm going to have to take you off this project. She says, and Toko says, no, please not. Don't make me do that. And Zazuca, or the other form, I think he's mentioned Zazuca there, goes to, let's see, she would draw one of a long sword from her side and go to like just a solid quick jab in the center of his chest. And with that, Tokos kind of seems to crumple to the ground, not killed, but be significantly damaged. And Zazuca says, "That's for wasting my time here. Get out and go get yourself reassigned back at the Iron Tower immediately." And she goes to leave. And goes to the door, and the door is kind of like bursted open, and she kind of leaves the door open and then kind of exits the house.
Whoa.
I didn't see that. I only heard stuff. So I'm gonna pop out, assuming that I'd assume that there was, like, if it was me and my troops, I may have marred somebody, not killed them. So I'm walking in expecting to see like a slash on him or something. But as soon as I see that he has been run through, I'm like, "Whoa, Tokos, are you okay?"
I've had worse.
I say, do you need to be healed?
Can you do that?
Yeah, and I lay on hands for him for like 3 healing points to see how that works, because I've not healed a devil before.
You heal him, and it closes up a part of the wound, not completely, but his eyes go big. That feels amazing. No one's ever healed me before.
Can I keep going? It's only some of it.
Please, yes, please.
So I continue, and I gave him 3. Let's go all the way to, let's go to 8.
Yeah, that heals up the rest of his damage. He says, "Thank you." As you're leaving as well, the door is still open, so you can kind of see a little bit outside, and you can hear some of the like wails and cries of like burning and maybe beings being in agony and torture outside. There would be like a little street just outside of his house, and there would be sounds of like footsteps and possibly incoming creatures soon. Winter, if you're running over to the doorway, you would get a sense that soon there'd probably be creatures that would be walking by that might be able to look in.
Yeah, I'm gonna like look around, but then like kind of peek out there. So if someone tries to look in, I can just move back really quick.
Sure,
with my
make a
head.
perception check. And can you make a stealth check as well?
Yeah, perception is 11. Stealth, also 11.
Perfect.
Can I go up and close the door?
As the Winter comes back in. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, Winter, you kind of peek outside. There is what looks like to be another building, which might be like another home across the side, with more buildings along the edges. Let me just reveal a little bit more over here. And there would be some like a group of large what looks like some kind of devils that are as big as Zazuca that look like they were walking down the way, and it looked like they had a couple of chained up humanoid forms or smaller devils that they were kind of pulling along with them behind. Those are the brown tokens that I've added compared to the red tokens. Oops, and Zazuca is no longer there. I didn't mean to leave her.
Tokos, how did we get here?
I don't know. I've heard of accidental planar teleportation happening before. Maybe it was all that energy, all that magic in one spot. You weren't supposed to be there for so long. You're supposed to just end the deal and, you know, get back so I can get rewarded from Hinros.
Wait a second.
Would have been a big deal for me.
What about the artifact?
Oh, there wasn't really an artifact. I just needed you to get there.
You lied to us.
Well,
Whoa,
Do you even
hang
know
on.
dragons?
I saw a dragon.
So,
This is ridiculous.
Tokos,
Let's get out of here.
hey, buddy. Hey, you're unemployed now, right?
Well, only temporarily.
Well, does that mean you could tell us everything?
You see his little wheels in his head start to like turn around. Well, technically, once I go back to the Iron Tower and I get reassigned, then I'll have another a contract where I won't be able to say anything. But right now, maybe I'm supposed to go right away. Though she said to go right away.
What if we kidnap you?
Oh. Oh no. I'm
What
What
kidnapped.
use is he to us? He doesn't even know dragons. He lied.
I think we have bigger problems, Winter.
Like what?
We're in hell?
Yeah.
So let's just wait.
So let's get out of hell first. And right now, Tokos isn't going to kill us, are you, Tokos?
Well, no, I can't kill you. Well, I could, but I don't really want to.
And
You're
would
like my best chance.
Would Zazuca kill us?
Oh yeah.
And then I just kind of like, there you go. And then I look over at Loki. How did we get here?
Well, I was sniffing around with all that brimstone. It was causing me to hallucinate, and next thing I know, we were here. And then you guys woke up. So I think we're all still dreaming.
Okay, Tokos, how do you get to where we were? Because I saw you there a couple of times. How do you get back?
You weren't supposed to see me.
But I did.
Well, I just do this, and he closes his eyes really quick, and then he disappears.
I try to close my eyes and do that.
You open your eyes again, and you're in the same spot as you were. Tokos reappears and says, "Did it work? Did you guys come with?"
No. I put my hands on him. I say, try it again.
And he that's a good question. He grabs you, and let me see. Hang on, I'm actually gonna have to think about that for a second. Let me go do like a quick bio break and figure out how that fits in.
Okay.
So I can't plan too much specifics because then you guys will just come up with something that's like seems so obvious, and then I'm like, why didn't I think of that contingency? So then it's like when I always design it, I always have to like come up with like a bigger goal of the world and spaces and like what makes sense, so that when you guys come up with something, it's like what would happen in that sense, to try to stay consistent. So no, that was good. I appreciate that.
Good stuff, good stuff.
You didn't expect to be transported to the second circle of hell tonight?
What? So weird.
No. I feel like Winter's lost so much respect for Tokos.
I
He
love
just
that
is
when you were
"I
like, you
wanna
don't
be
even
here."
know dragons, do you? How
Yeah.
dare you lie about like the most sacrosanct thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's right. And he's like weak, and one of like Winter's tenets is like you have to be strong enough, right, to be in control and stuff like that. So like he's obviously not. So Winter does not care about this dude anymore. I did have a question for you, Dan. So I get thaumaturgy from being tiefling, but I also get it from level 3 when we level up because of the the draconic subclass thing, the dragon subclass, Drake Warden.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Could I did a different cantrip
I think
instead?
as long as it's like somehow dragon related, or you could argue that it's a dragon themed, because the whole point of it thaumaturgy is, I mean, right? Or am I misreading that?
I mean, maybe it's just a duplicate cantrip, so it's useless. I just get it twice. But yeah, I would definitely I'll look up cantrips and see.
Because you couldn't. I don't think
There's-
you could get like I don't know. I didn't know the new cantrips.
They're mostly the same. Some of them have been reworked.
Like I don't think you could get druid craft. Or no, you're not a druid, right? But like control flames, sure, or like something that's
looking
like
at-
dragon specific or themed in some way. I would have no problem. I guess a lot of them actually could be like frostbite, could be a blue dragon, whatever. But like as long as Winter knew it and like got it from his draconicness or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Control flame sounds pretty cool.
Isn't that one where you can like have it in your hand and then you can throw it or whatever? Or is that a different thing? Or is that the one where you can just
I
make
think-
fires bigger or smaller?
Yeah, you can 5-foot cube of fire instantaneously expand.
Oh,
Fire
that's right.
extinguish the flames within a cube.
So it doesn't really deal any damage though. But like that's probably fine.
Yeah, I don't think thaumaturgy does it either.
Right, that's true.
I just don't know how to add it now because it won't let me change it on my character sheet in here. It just gives me 2 thaumaturgies.
Does that mean you can
Which
like
makes no
double
sense.
thaumaturgy? Is it like twice as strong?
No, he's
No,
just getting
and I
it from
think
his
it's-
race and his class.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I was just joking.
Yeah. Sorry.
Did anybody else's character change very much from the old version to the new version?
So
Not
for me,
particularly.
the bardic college that I had intended from the start isn't even a thing anymore. So I'm trying to figure out what I do with that. If I stick with one of the, because it went from a whole bunch of expanded colleges down to just a handful.
You could still use the old ones.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking that I will probably do. I'll, when it comes to like the spells, use the modern version of everything, but other than that, I don't know. I'm
What
still messing with
subclass-
D&D Beyond to figure it out.
What subclass were you looking at?
I was looking at College of Eloquence, which is Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Yeah. I mean, you should be able to still do that. It looks like everything fits in the same as it would have.
Yeah, for me, I had to pick what do they call that?
Both.
Yes, thank you. The oath. And I didn't
You went
know.
with Conquest because it's the best.
No. Thought about it.
It's actually, I don't think it is the best, but it
Nope.
was the one that Lucy was.
I ended up taking. What was the oath that I took? The oath of devotion, as in the devotion to the family. So I
Oh.
felt like that made the most sense to me. But the oath like the oaths changed now that we have the new book. So it'll be interesting how that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Trav? I just
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, no worries.
The sacred weapon thing is pretty cool.
Yeah, so now I get a sacred weapon, which is very cleric with me.
We're still level 2, right? Just want to.
3.
No, we leveled up.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure if like we rested and now we're level 3 because then I have, a new thing that comes in. Does that make sense?
Oh, I think I was going to go with like our usual rules of like when we level up, you get any of the new things you would have gotten that are like ready to go, but you don't have any of your old stuff like rebuilt yet because you haven't like finished a long rest. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, then we can just do this one because I get a baby dragon.
Yeah.
Whenever we like wake up or rest, or whatever.
I mean, you can also get. Do you know what kind of dragon? Or does it have a type at all? I don't know how it works.
It is it's just, what's it called? The features. It's just a Drake companion. So I have a whole stat block and stuff. Unfortunately, it's pretty vague on things like most familiars and animals and other things like that. You have like, what's it called? Like a mental connection to. It says specifically if it can talk, and it doesn't say any of that stuff in here, so it's very vague.
Does it give stats at all or no?
It has stats.
What's its intelligence?
8. It's smarter than Winter.
I think it can certainly talk if it has 8 intelligence.
Oh, it says language is draconic, but it doesn't
yeah.
say. And like any other animal, like that people get, typically has like a mental link, right? So you can speak to it, see through its eyes, things like that. This doesn't say any of that, so I'm very confused.
I guess you might not. That is weird though. Sounds like you need to tweet and do like an @ Crawford or whatever to get like your rulings figured out, right?
It seems silly that you can summon a mount and have a telepathic link to it, but you can't summon a dragon and have one.
Do you get those things later as your dragon progresses, or does it never make mention of that?
Never talks about it.
That's weird.
Is it more or less just like any of the other familiars, but a dragon? Or is it...
Similar, yeah. It does a bunch of stuff, like every turn when a friendly unit hits something, it can infuse that attack with 1d6 damage. And it can bite, and it like you can change its coloring or like its typing, right? I would have it be cold initially, but could change it later every time in the morning, or when you can use a spell to summon it again.
Do you have to call it into being?
So it does. So it talks about it in here as the first time it appears, like there's origins. I was thinking I would like wake up and it would just be like staring at me, right? Like sitting there. And then I would go through the whole thing about that. Yeah.
Got it. So my question was going to be, does it appear here when you are in hell, or is it appearing later? Because I guess you leveled up before, so you can like tell me when it appears. It's your origin story. Maybe it's your little Drake from hell or something. I don't know if you wanted to add that, because you technically did wake up this morning on Tokos's floor. So maybe it's been here, or maybe it hasn't arrived yet. It's like totally up to you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way. With that, I wasn't sure. Are we doing a lot more here in hell, or are we going back to the the place. I was thinking it might have to do with that primal like source of energy and everything too.
That makes sense too.
Potentially.
Yeah, that would also fit really well. So maybe saving it. I don't think we'll be here for very long. But you guys have changed my mind in lots of other ways. So we'll see. But back to what was happening earlier. Rosa, you grabbed onto Tokos and said, "Go back where we were before." And Tokos closed. What?
Jasper, no, out.
Oh,
Back.
Sorry.
Back. Back.
but he wants
Thank
some
you.
too.
Good boy. No.
Rosa, you were holding on to Tokos. Tokos closed his eyes, blinked back to where you were before. And Rosa, you were holding on to Tokos the whole time, and you look around, and seems like you've teleported back to the previous room that you were before, by yourself holding on to Tokos. He looks at you, a little surprised. I guess it works. And then he blinks back and brings you back to his house.
And I'm like, why did you, what, how do you feel?
Kidnapped.
Okay, so by
The rest of the party would see that Rosa briefly disappeared for a couple of seconds and then reappeared.
Yes, cool.
I grab him. I'll say, "Take me back."
No, you beat me to it.
Okay. And he takes you back, Winter. He blinks back, and you find yourself back in the room from before. I'm going to move you into the shadows here so that we know we're not there. Do you let go when you take him back, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Then he blinks back to his house.
and I say, Loki next.
Say, everybody join hands, let's grab a hold of him, and we'll all jump together.
Okay. Is everybody grabbing hands and going with Tokos?
Yes.
Okay.
I am not grabbing hands. I grab Tokos, like, he's about my size, right? He's small.
Yeah.
I grab his face and I go, "You are my prisoner. Take me back now."
Perfect. He blinks back with all four of you. Vaclav, you're also holding hands or grabbing him. Perfect.
Yeah.
And everyone returns back to the room that they were at before, kind of spread out in the water, because that's kind of where Tokos brought you all back.
When we get back, Tokos is there, right? Okay, cool. So my hands are still on his face, and then we're back. And to me, that was extremely fun. So I will giggle and smile and pat his face and say, "We should do this again."
He says, "Ouch, careful. And he pulls your hands off of him.
Thank you.
Say, Tokos, now that you're unemployed and can tell us everything, what does this thing do?
That thing? Oh, I have no idea.
So you want us to open that up
Yeah.
because Zazuca told you so?
Yeah.
And if
Well, how's it good? Sorry.
and if you do that, you didn't know what was going to happen.
I got promoted.
Well, how's it gonna break the deal with the king?
Oh, well, it's because of the king's bartering, I think. I don't get to read any of the contracts. I just hear stuff. It's because it's what the king bargained away the power. He has all the power as long as these blockers are installed on these bastions. And then he blocked all the bastions so people couldn't get there. So as soon as the energy comes back, he dies.
Oh.
I think Vaclav and I make eye contact and we're like,
Yeah. Well,
and then I
That
look
sounds-
over at Winter, I'm like, be my guest.
Winter goes over and he kicks that thing off the cover.
Okay. Is anyone stopping Winter this time?
No. There is a part of me that just, like, as he approaches, I brace myself. for whatever's about to come, and I arm myself.
I think I grab Phoenix and push him behind me.
Yep.
Perfect. Winter goes over, kicks it off. You'd notice Tokos seems to disappear. Vaclav, you've pulled Phoenix behind you. Is everyone else kind of in their relative locations to where you would be as Winter is doing that?
Yep.
All right. Winter kind of is kind of like for a second, like before, you have to kind of put some energy into it, and as soon as you start moving it, it kind of like almost slides off the side and kind of like falls to the ground and kind of shatters. It seems like it was very fragile. As you do, the primal energy kind of starts like undulating up towards the surface, towards the ceiling where that conduit is, and it starts getting brighter and brighter. And Rosa, you would kind of immediately recognize this feeling of this like call to the void from before, as it's this huge amount of potential energy in the space as all of the hairs on your arms and your head kind of poke up, and all of a sudden your muscles kind of start like tensioning, and like your eyes are just drawn more and more into this like swirling pool of energy. It kind of connects with the conduit on the ceiling, and there's kind of this like deep bass pulse rumble as the connection is complete and everything is like pushed away. For a moment, it's like your head space almost is crunched down to one little tiny cubic centimeter, and I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw and put that into the chat, please.
Nice.
Phoenix, you will get advantage because of Vaclav's blocking.
Thank you, Vaclav. Simply. Bang.
Oh, Loki.
Con save it was?
Correct.
Yes. All right. It is everyone that let's see. Hang on, sorry. Phoenix, Rosa, and Winter, all of you save your check. Loki and Vaclav, you guys fail. The pressure is too much for you. The Loki and Vaclav both take 15 psychic damage, and the rest of you save, so you take 7 psychic damage.
Unacceptable.
I crumple to the floor.
Oh no.
Is Loki the only one that has that happen? I can't remember. I thought some people were pretty low.
I think
Winter
we
was,
all
but got
pretty
healed
low.
up. Yeah.
Oh, that's
We
right.
picked up a few hit points with the level up.
Right. So Rosa, you're still good?
I'm still good.
Okay, perfect. This can yeah, go ahead.
If I see Loki go down, I'm going to start splashing over to him because he just went down in the water.
He did. You would imagine that might not be good. It looks like he did fall face down in the water. Before, as you're starting to go over to him, you get like this sense that there's this like conduit from the primal energy source going up to the ceiling, but also like connected with all 5 of you now. And it seems to be like like pulling pushing energy into you, and you can feel like your body warming up, almost like you have this awful fever, and your skin is warm and blotchy, and it's like pushing some deep energy into you as you're kind of like stuck in space. Not stuck there, but you can kind of feel this energy being like pushed into you. Vaclav, you're paddling over to Loki.
Are we blinded? Can I?
No, you can still see.
No. Okay. Yeah. I'm splashing over to Loki.
If I see you doing that, Vaclav, I'm actually gonna push you back. Stay with Phoenix. I got Loki.
Okay. I'll go back to Phoenix.
Perfect.
And I pull Loki up, and I am going to cast Cure Wounds on him.
And I'll cast
So-
False Life on myself again.
I tell Vaclav, we've got to get to the chasm.
2 8s, man.
This primal energy, you made it sound like we get a fever. Do I feel like I'm getting stronger, like more powerful or anything like that by being in proximity? Or is this...
Or do we feel like we need more cowbell?
You always feel like you need more cowbell. Do you feel?
I got a fever.
Winter, you're trying to see if you. I feel like Winter's doing like the 7. Like he's like, I'm like stronger. Like,
Yeah, like-
what's
Yeah.
different? You know, very like.
Yeah.
Like you probably have your phone out. You're getting ready to post that little reel of you. And it's not that you're feeling stronger. It's almost as though you're getting like a deeper connection to the world, and it's almost this sense of magic, but it feels different than the magic that you get through your ranger class. And you almost can feel this like magical budding sense like inside of you, and you wonder if this deeper connection to the world around you, like a deeper understanding, is kind of like flowing into your mind. But at the same time, it's also like crushing your mind, and it's not clear which of those is going to win out, if that makes sense.
Yes. All right. Okay.
So Phoenix said we have to get to the abyss. So I'm going to move with him, I guess, toward the hole at the back of the room.
Sure. You guys are both moving that way. Rosa, what are you doing with Loki?
So I have healed him. I rolled fantastic for my Cure Wounds. 19 health points to Loki.
Oh, it's like
And I'm gonna
2d8
try to-
plus, isn't it? What is the new health?
2d8, and for me, my I get a +3.
Wow, that's
yeah,
crazy.
and I rolled 2 8s. I had to double check. I was like, Tramp, does that say 2 8s?
Nice, that's crazy.
Not. And so once I have him, I'm kind of like, his hand over my shoulders, and I'm like pulling him towards like Vaclav and Phoenix to get to the, what do we call it? The chasm.
The chasm.
Yeah. You kind of move. You all are moving over in that direction, and
And I kind of like, I'm assuming like it's just a lot of different, like just an immense amount of pressure and like resonance that's going on. And I'm like, where's Tokos?
yeah. You look around. You definitely don't see him anywhere. And as you're all moving towards the edge like that, can I have another Constitution saving throw from everyone?
Whoa.
The D&D world just... With the dice, it comes and it goes.
It's true.
At least you're consistent.
Yeah. Oh shit.
This is true.
So, oh, I think I see 4 in there. Phoenix, of course,
Phoenix.
much better this time. Okay, this time everyone fails except for Phoenix. So it's 14 psychic damage or 7 if you succeed.
I go down.
I
That's
will
not good.
try to pick up Rosa, like try to lift her and maybe revive her.
I cast Healing Word on Rosa.
All right.
Cast False Life on myself.
Man, that spell's doing lots of work.
It is doing heavy lifting.
9 points to Rosa, and like everyone get the hell out of here.
With that, the connection seems to somewhat stabilize, and the pressure on all of your brain cases seems to relax. But the energy continues like flowing up towards the conduit, and you can get a sense that the water level is starting to like lower down a little bit from the level that you're currently at, and the room temperature seems to be like dehumidifying almost, and like becoming more comfortable. There's also like a gentle glow from some of the broken wall sconces, and it seems like they're almost repairing themselves.
Oh,
Okay, that's weird.
Maybe we should stay.
Um,
I wasn't worried.
Loki, I'm like, you use your flute thing. Call Tokos back. We have questions. And as I'm still like, I'm trying to usher everybody away from the source of that magic.
Are you pushing them back up into the little mud slimer chute thing? Okay.
Yes.
Who are you? Are you pushing everyone like so that you're last, or are you going in first?
Oh no, I'm pushing everyone, and so that I'm kind of last. Yeah.
Got it. So you're like pushing everyone ahead.
Yeah.
Alright, perfect.
Trying to like keep the party going.
Sure. Is everyone being herded by Rosa, or is anyone doing anything differently?
I'm good.
yeah, I'm
For sure.
getting out.
All right.
Maybe a dragon should pop up out of the water.
No doubt.
That's Winter. Would you or Ken? Is that what you think should happen at this point, or I'm curious what, or did you want to? Do you have a particular vision for how your friend would join us?
Not exactly, but I'm fine with whatever.
All right, give me 1 second.
The psychic damage forms out of his horns.
Yeah, I also like the idea of him just like something's in his mouth all of a sudden. He goes, oh, and he like spits an egg into his mouth, and then the egg cracks open and the dragon comes out. I guess we'd have to grow pretty rapidly. But...
He doesn't have to like go to the bathroom all of a sudden.
Oh gosh.
Don't think you want to birth one that way.
Winter, does your Drake have a name, or not? Does that be decided? Do I play the Drake? You play the Drake? How does that work?
Oh, I don't know. We can do it however you want. I was thinking I would call it Snowfall, based off of the book that he loves. The main dragon is Snowfall.
Got it. Sometimes, though, through its creation, it might have a different name or something. I don't know. But
that's true.
I think, as Rosa, as you're pushing everyone along, there's like a little splashing off to your left as well. And it looks like there's a little tiny creature that is kind of swimming along in the water and is kind of struggling to swim.
I'm
guessing I see this.
I certainly would.
Oh, I will reach down and immediately like pick this up if it's what I think it is.
I imagine that it's going to start squawking at you, and kind of like making dragon noises, and then starts to speak Draconic and says, "Put me down. Who are you?" in like a suddenly incredibly deep voice.
Oh, Witcher got a dragon?
Snowfall?
And I'm like,
Tokos!
And I'm like, out! Everybody out!
Did you come out of the energy, Snowfall? Is that you?
I've been here always. Are you Winter?
Yes.
Lead us to destruction and glory.
I grab him and like try to hug him and
He
and I'm talking Draconic to it. But
Yeah, he attempts to breathe fire on everyone, but it's just it's very much of the How to Train Your Dragon, the little "Rah!" noise, and there's no fire that comes out. Can he breathe fire?
it's so I choose what it is, and he can't actually breathe fire until later, but it's a cold dragon at the moment.
Okay, but he can't. He doesn't have
Yeah.
like a breath weapon or anything.
Not yet. And that'll be a while from now.
What weapons does he have? Out of curiosity.
He just has a bite.
Okay.
Is it right now?
Got it. Without being able to use his breath weapon, he will instead try to bite you, Winter. What's your armor class?
At 16, and his
Ooh, I rolled an
He
18,
has a
so
whole-
that's going to bite. How much damage do I get to do to you?
it's a 1d6 cold damage. Or no,
Uh,
just 1d6 plus 2 piercing.
Perfect. That's 6 piercing damage as he bites into your side.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So I'm at 1.
But when that happens,
Snowfall. What? Get it out. Save that for the our enemies.
Oh, you
Come on.
taste so good, though.
No,
This is-
no, not.
this
You
is
can
all
eat other
on,
people. Come on, let's go.
this is all on Draconic, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
you know
so
Draconic, though, too, right?
I run over. Oh, I'm already right next to him. Okay. So
Yeah, Rosa's pushing you all up into the crevice.
when Snowfall bites Snowfall bites Winter, I just yell out in Draconic, Snowfall! Bad! No biting! And it's in Draconic, and I don't know if anyone else knows that I speak Draconic. I've just been learning it with Winter.
Well, I think Winter would probably know then.
Winter knows
Yeah.
for sure, but I don't know if anyone else knows, so...
Got it. I thought you were going to go up and bite Winter as well and saying, oh, I guess that's what
So I'm kind of bent over, feeling around in the shallow water.
Yeah.
Hoping for another one.
I don't think there's any other baby dragons in the water, unfortunately, for you.
That's okay. I was hoping for like a cougar anyway.
And I'm just like, out! Everybody out!
All right. Heading up the crevasse. What is the order of exiting? Who's first?
Maybe I should go
Snowfall.
first.
Okay.
And then
And
Snowfall
I'll just
and
make
Winter.
sure that the rope is accessible to everybody and that it's good to go.
And then, no, Rosa said that she was last.
When I get within 60 feet of Ember, I'm going to the connection would come back, and I'm going to ask, is it safe for us to exit?
Sure. Before that, everyone's kind of getting in. Rosa, you're the last one. As you're kind of getting ready to kind of enter into the crevasse, going up, Tokos appears next to you, and he's looks at you. You're alive, all of you.
And I'm like, Tokos, come with us.
I don't think that part was supposed to happen.
Well,
Hey, buddy, did you get that promotion?
you're my prisoner now.
Exactly.
You have to come with us.
Yeah, and he has like
What do we need him
He has
for?
like a
We've
larger
got
bow
Snowfall
tie
now.
on now.
He has a
Yeah.
There's a bow tie on.
He has like a bow tie.
Yes, he got promoted.
Let's go.
And he says, I don't think that's right. And he kind of like pulls out like a scroll and starts reading it and then disappears.
Oh, good.
Yes.
That's great.
Okay.
Dan, you said that this place is sort of repairing itself, right?
Yes.
If I look up this tunnel, is the tunnel okay? It's not repairing itself?
It looks like it may be repairing itself.
Oh, shit.
And Phoenix was starting to notice that as he's kind of crawling through it. And he was asking his Ember Bat if it's safe up there. And you're kind of looking through its eyes. And there are still those floating orbs around up there.
Okay. But meanwhile, I'm also noticing that like the chasm is like closing.
Slowly.
Do I feel like there's a threat that we're not going to make it out before it closes?
If you like stopped and had a tea party, that it could be.
Okay. So I'll just let everybody know we need to move rapidly. This thing's closing up. This place is fixing itself.
What are you doing? Keep going out.
We're going. Jeez Louise, she's so patient. Beware, the orbs are still up there.
Phoenix.
Come on, Snowfall. Let's go.
Phoenix, you're leading the way. Can you make a acrobatics or athletics check to climb as fast as you can, if that's what you're trying to do?
Oh, 20 on the die. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's going to be high. That is a 22 acrobatics.
Okay, perfect. You kind of like dart ahead. You're also the one that planned all this out. I'm picturing. What's the Drake's name again?
Snowfall.
Snowfall.
Snowfall's gonna kind of keep up with you. I think having no difficulty with that. Remember, this isn't quite to scale, so I'll use it like narratively. Winter, are you trying to keep up, or are you going nice and slow and steady?
No, I'd try to keep up.
Sure. Can you make a athletics or acrobatics check?
Yeah. That is only a 9.
9. You're not able to keep up with Snowfall and Phoenix, and you kind of like lose your footing a couple of times, and you're definitely moving through the pathway slower, and you can feel the tunnel definitely getting like tighter as you're moving.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Okay, perfect. Loki, Vaclav. Loki, are you gonna do anything? You see Snowfall and Phoenix dart ahead. Winter's having some trouble climbing through.
Yeah, no, I'm right behind him and like help him push him up as we're climbing.
Perfect. Vaclav and Rosa, you guys the same?
Yep. I suck in my gut.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. First, Phoenix and Snowfall. Does Snowfall act without you, Winter?
I can direct him on my turn to do something. Otherwise, he takes like the dodge action or something.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, let me see where.
Yeah.
All right, Phoenix, you pop out of the tunnel, out of the crevasse, out here, and there is one of these floating orbs, kind of like in your direct line of sight as soon as you pop out.
Okay. Let's see. How far away is that? That is. Okay. I am going to charge forward and give me one moment. Am I going to do that? What will that do? Yeah, I'm going to move. What? Where did I hit? Oh, I hit measure. Sorry. I am going to move. I'm going to yell out, Snowfall, blast it with cold. They hate cold. And I'm assuming because they keep shooting fire bolts at us. So I'm going to move to there, and I am going to cast like, what did I say it was going to be? Like fire wave. It's just thunder wave, but I have it come out as fire thematically. It's like,
Sure.
looks like fire, and I'm going to cast fire wave at the orb, and it must save on a con 13.
It fails.
Sweet. Okay, 2d8. It's gonna be this and this. No, this and this. Wait. An 8. And points! Booyah! Freaking, that is 16 force. Is it force?
Thunder.
Thunder.
It takes 16 thunder damage.
Okay. That kind of destroys the floating orb, kind of falls apart in pieces. Looks like this was one of the electrical ones that had little like sparks along the outside.
Oh,
Looks like
cool.
it was charging up for something, and then you kind of like shredded it. That's the one that pushes things back 5 feet, though, right? The thunder wave?
Yes.
Perfect. So it kind of goes back and kind of like splatters against the sorcerer tableau behind it.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it pushes 10 feet. Cool.
All right. The rest of the party kind of exit out. Rosa, as Rosa's trying to get out, she is like almost completely stuck in the last little piece as the hallway is kind of closing around her. Would anyone do anything if that's the case?
Yeah, definitely.
I would yell, "Hurry, Rosa!"
I grab her and pull her.
Sure. Make an athletics check.
Well, I don't think she's gonna die. It's a 10.
10. You pull. It doesn't seem to get her unstuck.
When he's pulling, I'm going to use thaumaturgy for the tremors. They're harmless, but I'm trying to like kind of shake the ground around me to like loosen myself.
Yeah, cool.
Ooh, I like it. Can you make like an Arcana check so I know how good you can do that?
How good I can thaumaturgy?
Yeah. I'm picturing it's almost like
so good.
it's like peristalsis, right? As like the food moves through is what I'm picturing.
That would be a whole 8.
8.
Pretty good.
With Loki pulling you and the peristalsis action, you're not able to get unstuck, and you do take 5 crushing damage.
Squeeze damage.
Squeeze damage.
I
Yeah.
cast prestidigitation, and I'm gonna undo the buckles on her armor.
No!
And then she's wearing chainmail, right? And so
Yeah.
I don't think I could pull her out of her armor, but I can pull her armor off of her.
Okay.
Does that make
Interesting. I think so.
So I'm going to grab the collar of the chain shirt, put my foot against the wall, and try to like just pull the armor off of her.
And that's to try to get her smaller so that she's not stuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. I like it. Do an athletics check for that pulling. Do it with advantage because of your prestidigitation.
18.
18? Nice. With all those 3 things, I think you kind of push Loki out of the way. He seems to be more just freaking out instead of actually helping. And he's like pushing in the wrong direction. It's like push, and he pulls, and you say pull, and he pushes, kind of a thing. So, Vaclav, you're able to kind of pop Rosa out before there's any more crushing damage that happens to her. Rosa, your armor is all unbuckled and a little askew, and part of it is, a little beaten up, but was that the magical armor that you got earlier that you're wearing?
No, I gave the armor to I gave it to
Was that to Winter?
Winter. Yeah.
Oh, you had like a sword, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, cool. So yeah, your armor is definitely like a little bit damaged, but shouldn't affect things too much.
Yeah. And I say, thanks. As I like buckle my stuff up. And then I'm like, wait, and I look around.
I feel like, Vaclav, is that what you do to all the women, you mean?
Right? I was like, Lydia's gonna love that. I'm looking around frantically because I know we're supposed to be around some orbs.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like any are currently here. There is some bits and pieces of one in the corner, and it looks like Phoenix is still smiling as though he's like recently been very successful in something. I think I don't think you can see any other ones in the immediate sense. And there's still like the air is kind of like becoming a little bit drier inside, and some of the cracks and the little broken pieces are starting to like turn to dust or get like reabsorbed into the space.
What about the trickle stream going through the middle of the room?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, cool. So while Rosa is like putting her armor back on and stuff, Phoenix will walk up and be like, "For someone that wanted to get out of there, hurry. I don't know why you were taking your armor off. That seems ridiculous."
I completely ignore him, and I'm looking at Winter going, "What is that?" And I'm pointing at the Drake.
This is Snowfall. Let's go.
Where did he come from?
He came from the orb thing. That's why we needed to open it. Now I have a dragon. And I am like, I got my bow out and I'm running down with Snowfall this way.
I look at Bob. Well, shit.
Did you get anything from the orb?
No.
Neither did I.
Seeing dragons out? I didn't even see a dragon in hell. Did you see a dragon in hell? And I'm like walking with Loki towards like where Winter is doing the bum 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 bum.
Doesn't seem fair.
All right. Winter and Snowfall, you guys are going ahead. You would immediately see that there's another floating orb up ahead. The rest of the party is following behind you, but you are taking off a little faster, I'm imagining. Sorry, I'll move you guys. I kind of got you all here. Winter, you would see the floating orb first. What would you do?
Have Snowfall go bite it.
Sure. Make an attack roll.
Nope, Snowfall misses.
Okay.
I will shoot it with an arrow and probably the 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Sweet. And then Snowfall's going to use his reaction to give me an extra d6 of cold damage.
That's cool.
So that is 15 damage. 5 of it cold.
Yeah, arrow kind of hits right center of mass, and it kind of falls to the ground, broken into pieces.
Like, nice job, Snowfall. Come on, everybody.
All right, is everybody following? Winter and Snowfall, are you guys like just running?
I picture we're like jogging out of here.
I'm kind of like following. I'm with Vaclav bringing up the bat and kind of having a conversation with him as we're going through room by room. And I'm like, what's our next plan? Get out of here and jump back in the river?
Yes.
You're not there. I guess
How the hell am I not there?
I thought you were up like with Winter.
No.
No, I think you guys are definitely all as a group running, following Winter. All right, Winter, you're going back into the the room that was kind of had the fire from before. Are you running into that room, or what do you do when you get there? I guess is my question.
Yeah, I guess we would be like lightly jogging. Maybe we wait for them to catch up and then go with the rest of the party.
Hang on, is this room gonna torch us again?
And
I hope not, because the flute isn't magical anymore.
And I kind of look in there and
Only
like,
one way to find out. Snowfall and I go.
oh my goodness. And
Why?
I like as Phoenix starts to come by me to like follow. I'm like, no. What happens?
Yeah. Give me a second to think about that. Goes in.
And make a new character.
Right as you get your dragon.
The sensor was on the other side, right?
Yeah, well, there's like a couple things at play that I'm thinking, but you guys, yeah, the doors close behind Winter because
And I'm
I
like,
think
oh no.
Rosa, you stopped Phoenix, I think, from like running forward as well.
Uh-huh.
And inside Winter, the room there, remember the fire kind of immediately started coming out of the dragon statues. This time, no fire comes out, and the doors on the other side open.
I'm banging on the doors and I create a pickaxe and I'm swinging the pickaxe at the door and screaming, "Winter!"
Did I hear this?
You can, if I recall, Rosa had like damaged the doors pretty significantly last time you were in there. So Vaclav damaging from the other sides would probably like they probably don't like completely close, is what I'm thinking.
Then I will. So you guys should have come through with me. What are you doing? Stop goofing off. And I will try to help open this thing.
Sure. Yeah, if you guys are banging on it and smashing through, I think you can break down the door over time and probably like wrench one of them back in enough to like squeeze through.
Yeah, I do that.
You're not burned up.
If everyone's back with me, then we're leaving this way.
We walked
So,
Once everyone's back.
So I'll say to Rosa, yeah, the river sounds good to me, but I forgot how to make that illusion.
You forgot?
I forgot.
I'll take a look down this way to the north. Is anything different? Because I know we left stuff with that picture.
Right. You left some offerings in there, if I recall.
Yeah, there were coins and something else.
Oops, I'm not on the right page over here. It looks like getting more and more cleaner and repaired, and actually the shrine is gone. It's not there anymore. Now that I'm thinking about it.
All right.
Let's go take a peek at that devil mural.
Mm-hmm.
The devil mural that was up there. That's right.
I'll say, Snowfall, be careful around the next corner. There are. Oh wait, we're going up there.
Vaclav said going that way. Are you still going up that way with the party, or are you going?
I'll wait with them. Yeah, I'll stay back with them.
Yeah, Vaclav,
Party.
you said you were going to go look at the devil mural.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a investigation check.
No. Like 7.
7. Yeah, you go and look at it. Last time, I don't know if maybe you didn't remember exactly what was going on. Looks a little different, but you can't remember specifically what might have changed with the mural here.
Nice,
All right,
Vaclav. What are you looking at?
I squint suspiciously at it, and I just go, I don't know. I just thought something would be different about him.
What?
Yeah, I kind of shake my pickaxe at the devil, and then turn it to leave. Are my 2 silver pieces still on the altar?
The altar is no longer there.
Oh, the altar's gone.
Yes.
The one in front of the devil mural.
Correct.
Okay.
Does it look like someone we've seen?
Are you taking a look at the mural, Loki?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Not a whole lot better than you did. What is the total? 10.
10. Definitely, it seems a little different. Some specifics that you might notice are that there were like other devils and weapons kind of around the base of the fixture. I figured it's like a big, like devilish form with kind of like his spoils of war at his feet, and it seems like there's more spoils of war than there were before.
Hey Dan, just as far as like the world's lore, is there a connection with tiefling origin and hell and fiends and demons and devils?
You've heard it said that the original tieflings were all from like devil touched, or that they were because of the is it Asmodeus is like the leader of the hells, and it's said that his touch is what started the original tieflings, but that was, you know, more thought to be like a slur just to say how bad you guys were.
And do tieflings in general, do we believe hell to be good?
More that like hell is just a different place. I wouldn't say that it's good. It's more like you'd know that like devils and demons or devils are more they're like well known to be lawful. They follow the rules. They will like follow any agreements that are made with them to the letter as much as possible.
Okay.
You'd also know that there's like a wellspring of power and energy that can come with them, especially if you make a deal with them, but there's a lot of caveats and issues that can happen because they'll twist the words that you say.
Okay.
In our time in hell, I take it that it didn't feel any different to us than any other place, as far as it didn't feel like a sense of belonging or foreboding or...
Ooh, good question. It was certainly hotter. You remember that. The like
Right.
air was humid and dense. Maybe there was a little bit of sense of like belonging, or like, was this home once? Maybe it was. But I know that you guys are pretty nomadic as tieflings now, so that sense of home might be a little confusing to you, or maybe connection, not necessarily home, but maybe there's something that was calling to you.
Okay.
Okay.
More positive than negative. Or...
I would say more like a strong mix.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, you also stated that Tokos changed his appearance and he was much more devil looking.
When you were in his house?
Yeah.
Yes. Though Winter would have noticed that that was his form the whole time, it was likely that there was just an illusion covering up his devilness when he was trying to initially talk to you.
Are there any similarities in the painting that we're now looking at to what Tokos appears to be now?
Sure. So, the devil forms have like significant different like sizes and shapes as they like gain power. And you would guess that this giant creature here is much more of a higher power level than what Tokos was. So there'd be like similarities in like the horns and the shape and like the scaliness, but this would be more of like a very powerful devil character compared to Tokos, which was more of a much like lower powered devil.
And the lower power devils that we're seeing in the painting that are surrounding him, do they look more like Tokos?
Yes.
Okay. And to clarify, Winter, you're the only one that saw Zazuca, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would maybe he would have described it. I don't think he did, but he certainly could have asked about it. And all of you would have seen him like fiddling with his mirror, and you would have known that he was like looking.
Hey, Phoenix, buddy. I grab your horn and I do a little like shake your horn a little bit, and I go, hey, is Sparks all right? Did he make it out all right?
Life's great.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Hey, do you still have that bat?
Yeah. Yeah, Ember's with us.
Oh,
Okay.
you pulled it with you? Is there
do
a
you think-
time limit?
No, it's just I can make it go away or it dies or...
That's
It's
right.
until you long rest. Is that the end of a long rest?
That's
no,
right. Yeah,
what else?
that's what it was.
Is it?
I mean, you can just recreate it at the end of the long rest.
Right.
So.
Yeah. It's find familiar. So, disappearance of the familiar. When the familiar drops to 0, it disappears. It reappears after I cast a spell again. As a magic action, I can temporarily dismiss the familiar to a pocket dimension. Alternatively, I can dismiss it forever. As a magic action, while it's temporarily dismissed, I can cause it to reappear. And whenever the familiar drops to 0 hit points or disappears in the pocket dimension, it leaves behind in its space anything it was wearing or crying. That's it. It's just around.
Okay, so do you think Ember could go take a look ahead,
Yep.
see if the coast is clear?
Yep. You'll have to carry me.
Oh. All right.
Because I'm blind and deaf when I'm doing that.
All right, come here, buddy. All right, pick you up.
Cool. So I will tell Ember to fly 60 feet in front of us. And I will just relay to everyone what we're seeing.
What's the ability again called with the bat?
It is it's Wild Companion under Druid, but then listed with Wild Companion, it lists Find Familiar as a quick link.
Oh, got it. That makes sense. Yeah, so in Wild Companion, the second paragraph there in the Druid, that's the one that I'd want you to read.
Okay, in Wild Companion, in Druid. Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. When you finish a long rest. Okay.
Yeah, that was the part that I think we talked about last time, and then
Yeah. Cool.
we're just forgetting. No worries. Okay, I'm gonna select it, and Phoenix, you're being carried by Vaclav. Vaclav is, and then Phoenix, you're looking through your bat. Your bat can be 100 feet away. Is that right?
It can be up to 100 feet away, but it needs to be within 60 feet of me for me to see and hear through its senses.
Got it. Perfect. Winter and Snowfall. You guys are cool. Are we done?
Hang on. I'm sorry. I was wrong about that. It is 100 feet, and it's just a bonus action, and I do that until the start of my next turn, and then I could just keep bonus actioning that.
Got it. Okay.
But that's different.
So got Ember the Bat ahead, and then the is anyone? Are we finished with the room with the devil tableau, or you guys have more questions or things to do in there?
I think we're finished.
All right. Cool. Then heading back out. Phoenix, can you make a perception check for Ember the Bat? I don't know what that entails exactly, but figured you.
So it says that I gain the service of familiar, blah blah, appearing in unoccupied space, yada yada. I can see I gain the benefits of any special senses it has. Yeah, so I would assume I just use the bat stats, I guess. Because, so while my familiar is within 100 feet, I can communicate telepathically. It's a bonus action. I can see through the familiar's eyes and hear what it hears, gaining the benefits of any special senses it has, but it doesn't say anything about it using my stats or anything like that. And then I can cast
if
spells.
you're looking through its eyes, wouldn't you just use your stats?
Sure. Okay, cool. All right. Perception that was a 19.
Perfect. Looking up ahead, the next room, that's where like the fire remains were, and it was pretty gross in there with a lot of like urine smells and like piles of like discarded materials from like maybe previous campsites or something.
Okay, nothing out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Okay, I'll just say it still looks the same as when we came through.
Perfect.
As you say that, and I remind the party, I'm like, don't forget, we have those 2 guys, the watchmen, tied up. They should still be there.
It was 3. And I'll turn to Snowfall
I
and be
thought
like,
it was 2.
we can.
I think it was 2.
It was 2.
Was it 2?
Yeah, there was only 2 guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 2. It'll say, Snowfall, there's some bad guys up ahead you can potentially eat.
Winter, I don't think feeding a human is the right thing to do.
But he's a dragon. He needs food.
Doesn't have to be people.
Be like, Snowfall, what do you want to eat?
Do I play Snowfall or do you play Snowfall for things like this?
Either way.
Snowfall, at least from what I'm imagining, Snowfall would just say dragon food, and then he would go to bite you again when you ask him that.
No.
Do you? I feel like do you have like a bap him on the nose?
He has a spray bottle.
Shh, no. Perfect. You would notice, Phoenix, that there is 1 watch member that is on the ground, and it looks like he is dead.
Oh no! I'm gonna tell everyone. Rosa hit the one guy too hard. He's dead.
I say, maybe he gnawed off his arms so the other one could escape.
Mm.
Where is the other one?
I suppose he went to get help, although we locked the gate.
We haven't seen any evidence of the other one, right?
Correct.
We don't hear him yelling through the gate up ahead.
No. The gate looks like it. If you go investigate, it looks like it's bent.
Bent
Like
enough
someone
for-
bent it open? Or...
Yes, probably from the inside.
Okay.
I'm going to stoop and look at this dead guy.
Yeah, make an investigation. Your specialty today.
Oh, yeah. 13.
It looks like he's been stabbed a couple times. That you don't remember him being stabbed before.
Damn.
Which one is he?
This is Glal. That seems to be here.
The bigger one.
This surprises me. Okay.
What about the manacles? Are they still on his hands?
It looks like one of his hands is like missing as well from the wrist. The other manacle is still attached to his other hand.
And at the other end of the other manacle, what's there?
It looks like it's like a broken, like a smashed edge of a manacle.
Okay. I go, wow, I thought Glal was the more hardcore one.
It's always the quiet ones.
So what's waiting for us out there?
Ember. I'm gonna have Ember fly and go through the gate and see what's on the other side.
Yeah.
We're going to go up and listen as well.
Make a perception check. And it's
Oh,
probably
there's
like
some-
3 or 4 in the morning because you guys did like half of a rest, right?
Yeah.
23.
Okay. As Ember is, tell me what is Ember doing? Can you be a little more specific with what he's up to?
Well, he's going to fly out the gate, and he's going to stay right on the edge of the bastion and like fly up, so he's kind of like camouflages a black bat on the.
As soon as he flies up, there's going to be like a massive burst of light, as though he's like suddenly in daylight, and there'll be someone yelling fire off to the side. You'd catch like a whole line of archers that are kind of prepped on the ground outside of here, and there are multiple arrows that all fire up at Ember. He is hit and immediately killed.
No!
All right, Snowfall.
Winter and Snowfall, you would have heard the same thing.
So I will explain that he died the death of 1,000 arrows as soon as he exited the building.
I'm imagining that scene from Hero.
Yeah.
Where like the arrows darken the sky.
It's just a little bat.
Yeah.
The rest of you would still see the light from some sunlight spell, like that's casting a light into the entrance, like a little bit.
Well, I'm gonna grab Phoenix and drag him back. Get away from the light. The hated light.
I'm going to unleash my primordial fury and unleash the energy of 1,000 suns upon all of our foes on the other side. Does it work?
What are you what are you doing?
I unleash my primordial fury and cast the energy of 1,000 suns upon those against us on the other side.
All right. You make an Arcana check?
The planet is vaporized.
9. 10.
We look over and like Phoenix's eyes, his
Exactly.
clenched, his face is squished, his eyes are closed, and we're like, what is he doing? I back away, afraid that Sparks is gonna come out.
Exactly.
And I'm like, Vaclav, the boy.
People process grief differently.
Exactly. Sorry, one
And
second.
then I go up next to you, Vaclav, as like Phoenix is doing this. I'm watching him, not taking my eyes off, but I'm also like, maybe the only way through the Bastion is through the Bastion.
Through it, yeah.
Well,
Well, we're not going out this way anyway.
Agreed.
Phoenix, is your current location? Your Vaclav was like holding you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You attempt to summon the primordial magic and bring death and destruction around upon your enemies that killed your best friend in the world besides Winter. And as you do, you feel like a fountain of magic pouring out of you in a different sense than your druid skills or spells. And suddenly, around you, there is a pile of grease that has been summoned through your casting.
Whoa!
And I'm
Should I
like,
make my deck save?
Yeah, I believe that's a dex save.
Yeah.
If you fail, you become
Nice.
prone.
Yep. So predictably, my feet go up in the air and just collapse down on my back.
You smash down on Phoenix, which nearly does 1 damage, but not quite. And you do drop him in the throes of his frustration.
I rolled a 21 on the deck save, so I observed this, and then does Rosa make a dex, or are you out of it?
Oh, sure, I forgot you were in it too. You'd have to make a dex save too.
that would be an 8.
You would fall on the ground as well.
I'm going to step out of the grease and just look at them, and his reaction would be, well, not what I was looking for, but I'll take it.
I put my hand in the grease and I lift it up in front of my face and I go, ah, Phoenix, what is this crap?
Primordial ooze. Taste it.
I'm not gonna taste it.
No, taste it.
I smell it.
Smell it. What's it smell like?
What's it smell like?
It smells like really dirty cooking grease, like scraped up from the stuff you keep in the edge of the cast iron pan over a long time. It has little crusties in it too.
And I'm like, this is disgusting, Phoenix.
I'm sorry, I did not do that.
It's literally coming off of you.
I think I'm going through puberty.
Scraping it off of Phoenix.
I'm gonna slipping and sliding. I slowly crawl out of this goo.
Yep, it is difficult terrain. Takes you a moment to crawl out of it.
Stand up and clean it off myself magically.
Nice.
And then, by the way, as I remember, like the walls in here had like bas reliefs that were defaced, but now they probably self-repairing, right?
They slowly would be, yes.
All right. Can I make anything out?
They're it seems like they're repairing slower than the other ones, but with a little bit of time, you can make an investigation and see.
Unlikely. Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
Of course.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
Yep. I might have to think about it for a second to tell you what you find there. I have some ideas, so let me come back to you in a second.
Okay.
I come up to you, Vaclav, as we're cleaning ourselves off and such. I say, hey, Vaclav, can you still move a bunch of earth?
Yeah.
I think that we need to seal up the entrance here. We don't need anyone coming in.
Well, do you have a bunch of earth?
I look down at the ground and I'm like,
Remember, the ground is this jet black stone that is like magically enhanced and strong. So it doesn't seem like that would qualify likely as earth. The last time when Vaclav was moving the earth, it was all the sediment that had washed in with the little river that he made his like mud castle with.
got it. Okay.
When we get back,
I would say there is mud out here, like on the other side of the gate. I think would be the closest source of mud.
maybe we get back through the stone doors, close them behind us.
Yeah. We just need to make sure that they can't cap that magic anymore.
You would have all heard. Sorry, I forgot to mention this too. I was too distracted by my fries. A loud voice from outside. A little bit after the very sad temporary death of Ember, that would have been something like, "Come out, sorcerers, with your hands up. Exit, and you'll have a chance to live."
I go, why don't you come in here and make us?
And I scream in terror and agony. Like, everyone's dying.
I look at Loki and I go, what? And like a shrug, like.
Yeah.
No, I'm letting everyone else, because they all believe if they come in here, they're gonna die, right?
I go, okay. Ah!
All right. Loki, then you can make a deception check with advantage to attempt to portray your message if Vaclav is assisting you.
Jeez.
and
The
Phoenix
dice are
will
just
yell
not
out.
happy today.
Phoenix will yell out, "Don't make me unleash the power of the child!"
Okay, you can make a
So,
deception check with that as
The
well.
deception's 12.
Nice. Your screams sound a little unconvincing even to your own ears.
Like, damn it! When I need the bard to work.
What does the voice outside say?
There'd be no loud response, but there'd be some military calls. They'd be hard to discern exactly, but more like form up, get ready, prepare the left flank, things like that.
Okay. I go. I kind of shrug at you guys. Then I go.
I think we should run.
Dan, what are the blue parts across from each other?
I think those were like little wells.
Yeah, little fonts of water.
Yeah, little fonts of water.
When we came in, were they fonting or were they
Like empty,
They were
like
there,
little
yeah.
pools, or like little, kind of filled with probably fetid water. I don't know if we really looked that closely at them, to be honest.
are they now fonting?
They are. I would say they are starting to font.
Okay. And I kind of look at the party around me. I think we need to go back into the Bastion, y'all.
I hate to say I agree with that.
I don't think we're gonna get through that fire room again. At least none of you will.
The fire didn't start when we came
Let's
to the
let's
last
rest
time.
up and then we'll take them all out in the morning.
The amount of arrows that Phoenix described, I don't think we can take them out. I think we need to.
Well, you forget, we have snowfall now.
I'm saying I have not forgotten Winter.
I'm gonna yell down the passage. The Lord Mayor's a little girl. Yeah, he's scared. Come on, come in here. Walk, 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 walk.
Can you make an intimidation? And I'm going to say
15.
with advantage for finding a weakness. And your previous
19.
19. Nice. Wouldn't be any immediate reply, but you would hear some more of those military orders going through, and something about we'll smoke them out.
Okay. We need to go back.
All right. You're lucky, Lord Mayor.
Grease lasts 1 minute and disappears.
I'm going to loot the body of Lal.
Mm-hmm.
What do I find? I'm looking for like the whistle.
I think you guys took all that already.
Yeah, we have the 2 whistles. We stash actually in this room.
Yeah, Phoenix
Winter
weapon stash
hid-
right there.
Hid them. Yeah, it was Phoenix. Okay. Which I suppose he did right in front of the guardsman. So,
I think they were both unconscious.
but it was
though, right?
dark. It was dark. Oh yeah, they were unconscious. So yeah.
Yeah. It does look like someone may have gotten into the weapon stash if you take a closer look at it.
Okay. Is there a door where in the hallway where like Winter and
Yeah, it was a
No.
partially broken stone door.
is it mending like the rest of the building?
Oh, good question. I forgot about that. Yeah, actually, it would be.
Okay. I try to usher everybody back into.
And same with the large. There's like a large door on the outside, the stone one, that would also probably be slowly mending. Over here, that's what this was supposed to be representing. So there's probably like a large stone door that's like slowly been forming up over there as well.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to go back into the hallway of the Bastion so that we can close the stone door that separates us from the entryway that we're at. I'm not worried so much about the stone door that's forming near the entrance. I'm going to let that happen organically. But I'm looking at our big draggled party and I'm like, we need to find somewhere to finish our rest.
Yeah. All right. Let's withdraw back behind these doors.
I'm gonna start moving down the hallway and tell Vaclav, close the door on your way through.
All right. Before we do, give me 1 second. I want to figure out how to say something. Vaclav, you were originally looking over at the tableaus as they're reforming.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell you a little bit more information about that. It seems like there's decorativeness is definitely a focus between the four of just like making sure they're beautiful, like with repeating patterns and things. But the one over here in the upper right, as it's starting to form, it's starting to look almost like some kind of map. And it almost is like laying out some of the rooms and some of the spaces that you've been in previously as you've been like exploring through the Bastion and the space. There's another one in the lower right. This one seems to be have some in the map on the upper right is more like of the map of like the rooms. Excuse me. And the one in the lower right is like a map of almost like the spire as a cutaway, and it has like spaces inside of the spire as well as like a focused view on the very top of the spire, and it almost looks like there's like an observation deck up there.
Okay.
Do I?
All
if I
right,
know
so-
this is happening, I'm gonna go start looking at some of the maps.
Well,
Yeah, so
Vaclav
as-
was the original one, so maybe he was over there. Maybe you said something about looking.
As we were withdrawing, I go, hey, hang on a second. There's a visitor map, and can I write or draw using dark vision?
I would assume.
Okay. Then I get out my my papers, my book, maybe even my book of shadows, and I'm gonna quickly like do a line drawing version of this map in it.
Yeah, it's still like slowly forming, and only like parts of it are visible currently. You would imagine that if you were to wait longer, there'd be like more information over time. But it's certainly you can get like a general outline of what looks like the path that winds down towards the room that was labeled like the a primal energy connection. And it would also be listed in that room as what would it say? Teleportation to the spire's surface.
And see, in which room? The one of the font? The magical energy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll come down the hall now with everybody, and I'll go. Hey, there's a way to teleport out of here. I do think we should
Well,
rest.
let's find out. Sounds good.
How do you teleport?
I
did see
It's in that room where the magic.
Okay. And I'm like forming it in my head. I'm like, okay, so we gotta get back there. But the chasm is closed. So we gotta go through the orbs to get to the magic.
Yeah, but I still think we should rest.
Agreed.
I'm tuckered out.
Come on. So we need to get through here. I asked Vaclav if he got all the information from the map he needed because I want to close the door that's slowly forming.
Yeah, close it.
So I pull everybody through to the hallway. And before I close it, I look at what's left of like the weapons that were left over, and I pull those in with me.
Yeah, I think that was only the ones that you made Phoenix carry because he was like really didn't want to carry them. I thought you took some of the weapons too from one of the people. So in the stash, I think it would have been pretty much empty. All of it would have gotten picked up.
Okay, got it. Then I close the door to the entryway.
Perfect. Yes.
I pull out a torch and light the torch.
Yep.
And I say, onward we go, and we head back towards the room with all the. Remember, there was that second altar. Instead of going into the fire room, we go through the hallway into.
Yeah. That was where we were a little bit ago, up here at the top when we were looking up here, this spot.
Is there a door that closes?
There's no door along here. Just the last one that was there was this one.
Okay, but there's no door that closes this little.
Actually, now that things are like fixing up, there would be a door that would be like slowly being rebuilt through the magic.
And I'm like, we should post up here for the night.
Oh, you're muted.
No, we should go past the fire room.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, before they fix. Yes. Let's do that before it fixes up. Right now, the dragons are not blowing fire. And then I hurry us back towards the fire room. And I brace myself as I sprint through.
Are you sprinting like before anyone else, or what is your?
I'm actually going to, because the door is still. It's reforming. I'm actually going to grab Phoenix, carry him, and sprint through. Assuming everybody's going to be.
Is
following.
everyone like sprinting at the same time together, or are you gonna do like each one separately?
Oh, I see what he's saying. He's saying, is this going to be a group roll or an individual roll?
Partly is how we would do it, yeah.
Um,
Or something you've learned that the room tends to trigger when anyone goes inside. So it could be if two people are going first, something would trigger, or would we all go in upon the trigger, if there is one, but I'm not saying that there necessarily is.
I stated what I was going to do, so you see me pick Phoenix. It is not up to Phoenix. Everybody else has to choose what they are doing.
Yeah, I'd say, hang on a sec. We'll sprint through in a second. The chalice that we put our blood offerings in and caused the door to open. I assume that we can all, because we've done that, we can see through the doorway, right?
Correct.
And go through.
Isn't the chalice gone?
No, the chalice is that orange thing. That's still there.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
is it something we can pick up and take with us?
It's kind of like mounted to the pedestal, but no one tried to like rip it off the pedestal, if that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, I want to see if I can bring it through with us.
Sure. You pull on it. It seems to be like attached to the pedestal. Are you going to crowbar it off, or do you have a strategy?
I say, Rosa, can you help get this thing off of here? Let's see if we just can't make sure nobody else goes through here.
Okay, I put Phoenix down, and I see if I can't move the chalice.
Sure. How are you trying to do that?
How is it like is it a bowl or is
Yeah, I'm
it like
picturing like it's a big bowl, and it's kind of like mounted to the cement pillar to get it up to like I don't know, belly button height.
and I look at Loki and I say, the gods frown upon desecrating of religious artifacts. Are you sure?
Hell no, I'm not sure. I just don't want anybody coming in and following us.
Hey, if they want to follow us, get burned to a crisp. That's fine with me.
Agreed. And I say, but good point. And I bless Loki, Vaclav, and Winter. And I pick up Phoenix again. I say, are we ready?
Yes.
So now I've got.
Can you type in the chat who you blessed, and can you put bless in if it's not too hard?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it's different or not. Kind of curious, actually.
And that taps me out of all of my spells, but hey, why not? Paste.
Okay. All right. Everyone's running through at the same time, or is anyone staying behind?
Yeah. No, I think we're going together.
And I look at Phoenix in my arms, and I say, "We're going with guidance, kid."
Yay!
All right. All of you kind of run through the room. As you do, the door behind you closes. And you can hear the sounds of the dragon statues starting to fill with like that fire breath that you would have felt before. Sorry, I think Rosa would probably be first. I'm going to just switch these two. Rosa, would you be stopping here, or what are you up to?
Keep on keeping on, straight on through.
All right, running through as the party kind of runs through that broken door from last time. You can hear the flames start to pick up behind you and starting to roast anything inside. If you stand by that open door, you'll be able to feel some of that heat coming from inside of that room.
And I yell back, "Vaclav, close the door!"
The door doesn't quite close because you guys broke it.
Mm-hmm. Let's just keep going. And I'll keep running for it.
Winter's like, everybody run out. Now everybody run back in.
All right, dude.
I feel like we've been here before.
Should we take a nap?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Long rest
All
too?
right, so yeah, we'll plop
Seems
down.
like
Down.
a good
Phoenix,
place for
you
that.
okay?
I'm good, thank you.
Sparks.
Sparks is good.
And as I put you down, as begrudgingly as I want to, I'm like, "I'm sorry about Ember. Can you bring him back?"
Ember's fine.
Okay.
All right. Long rest?
Yes, please.
All right. Everyone's kind of like relaxing, finding a spot. Now that it's quiet and for a moment people aren't shouting at you and you're not running through rooms of the dungeon over and over again, you start to in your rest and as you're in your quiet space, feel that like energy that's still inside of your skin and bones as it's kind of like coalescing somehow inside you, and it seems to be making some like permanent changes to your body. Our long rest here is going to be successful as we're resting, but there is going to be some changes that are going to be happening to us upon our wake. What is going to happen is that due to the proximity of the sorcery that kind of re-entered the world that you guys had, which happened to be more than anyone else, you're going to get a new trait known as, or that I'm calling, what do I call it? Let me just find it quick as I ruin my build up. You're going to get the Sorcerer Progenitor trait. Due to the sorcery magic that's now going to be permanently attached to yourself, you're going to get some of the benefits of a level 1 sorcerer in addition to your regular class. However, because of the unstable magic and the way that you gained your magical abilities, you won't be able to choose all of your spells or abilities. Some of them will be randomly assigned. So you will have some... you'll all get an additional like sorcerer spell list, as well as sorcerer spells that you can cast according to a level 1 sorcerer. And I'll kind of put the better rules. I don't have it written out. I have it more in my head, unfortunately. But maybe Ken, you can write out what I'm thinking, because you're usually really good at that. So you'll get the Sorcerer Progenitor trait, just like a regular sorcerer gets something when they're first starting. I believe a level 1 sorcerer has 4 cantrips and 2 known first level spells.
At level 1, in the new rules, and maybe Ken, you would know, do the sorceries have sorcery spell points?
I believe you can get them, but not at level 1, if was what I recall.
Got it.
I think it's actually 6 cantrips, but I'm going to change it to 4 instead, and 2 first level spells that'll be known. So for your 4 cantrips, 3 of them will be randomly assigned. You'll roll a dice on the cantrip table, and those will be the ones that you'll get. And one of them you'll be able to choose if you like. For the first level spells, one of them is randomly assigned. That will roll on the table of sorcerer spells, and the second one is one that you can choose for your character. We'll also gain the ability that these spell slots for anyone with the Sorcerer Progenitor trait can be swapped and traded with others. So, for example, Vaclav and Loki could swap a spell that they both have, but they can't be all given to one person. They can only be like traded one for one, if that makes sense.
Okay. Is it treated in the same way that like druids do over a long rest? They can trade, or they can trade. That
makes sense. Yeah, over a long rest.
Okay. And it's anything from the sorcery spell list or anyone's spell list?
Can only be swapped from these other like sorcerer spells that were gained this way.
Okay.
Phoenix, your randomly assigned spell is already chosen because you used it, and that is Grease.
Nice.
So when you tried to use it, that seemed like a perfect opportunity to have your
awesome.
random one pop out that way. Let's see. I have my little spell list. And I'd also like for at least the randomly decided ones, there won't be any doubles. So if you roll one that or someone already got, then you won't get that one. So let's see on my little screen here. I'm going to have you, Tabby. Can you roll a... there's 22 of them, unfortunately. So we have to like roll a 22-sided dice. So you can... There's like a virtual ones that you can do.
You have a 24-sided dice.
Oh, that would be perfect, actually. And then just ignore 23 and 24.
Me too. Ian too.
What's it? Where do you get that? What's a 24?
For Dungeon Call Chronicles.
Oh, I've always wanted to play that one. I actually have that book.
I started the
shoot.
game, but it fell apart.
That's the one where you start with like 3 or 4 characters, and then most of them die, and then you play the one that's left, right?
You can do that, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's
funnel or whatever?
The funnel, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe one of yours too.
Of course. With the green one.
Cool. Nice.
Where is it?
So how can we add these in D&D Beyond? Is there a way?
Oh,
21.
I was wondering about that. 21?
21.
Oh, cool. You have Thunderwave. Do you already have that on your list?
I do not.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Actually, hang on. Let me see if I counted wrong. 1, 2. Oh, no, that's right, because you said 24, but there's 22, and you rolled 21. Yep, it's Thunderwave. That's your sorcerer spell.
How many total spells are there?
22. But now there's only 20,
22.
because Grease and Thunderwave are out.
Should I just roll a d20 then?
Yeah, you totally could now.
15.
You have mage armor. That's funny. That does not stack with regular armor though, right?
No, it's completely useless.
But can you cast it on your Drake?
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Sometimes you can
not
cast
according to
with
the rules.
companions or something. You don't have that ability?
Yeah, it doesn't do that. I'm not super happy with how they worded the Drake thing. It doesn't get any of the benefits that most other companions get. Like
Interesting.
you can't
We can always talk
communicate with
about
it mentally.
Is it in the player's handbook, your thing, or is it?
Yeah. No. It's from. I'll look it up. A different class or book.
Oh, that's probably why. And then we can always change it and make it whatever we need it to be.
Okay.
Perfect. Loki? Or Vaclav, yeah, either of you guys.
5 on the d20.
Comprehend languages. Do you have that already?
I think I kind of do.
Or somebody cast that. Vaclav did, right?
I have it. He probably has access to it.
I think it comes as more or less a feature of the bard. Let me double check.
That makes sense. Roll again. That isn't as
Okay.
interesting for me. I like something a little more interesting.
11.
Fog cloud. Perfect.
Yes.
Didn't we already end up with one of those?
A little bit.
The brimstone? Okay.
I mean, you can still choose a second spell, but this is supposed to be one that find an interesting way to make it work.
Right.
And Vaclav, did you roll yet?
No. Would you rather I roll the D100 or a D24 or a D20?
20 is probably easier at this point.
Okay. 3.
Ooh. Chromatic orb.
Oh, sweet.
That's a
Classic.
good one.
That's a really cool one.
That's a good one.
That's such a Vaclav spell too.
Yeah, it is.
Fancy.
All right, then if you could roll 3 d20s for the cantrips that you'll have. And if you could put that in the chat. Huh. All right, Winter, you have Dancing Lights, Mending, and True Strike.
All right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You guys heard about this cantrip called 250 rolls?
What?
No.
It's a cantrip called 250 rolls. Touching an opponent, you deal a single point of damage. It's not blockable by any means.
For
Doesn't sound
Loki,
great.
True Strike, Ray of Frost, and Elementalism. I don't even know what Elementalism is. It's one of these newfangled ones, I think.
Elementalism, huh?
I think it's sort of like a worse version of like control fire, control wind, control water, and
Yeah.
mold earth or something.
Get a little bit of control everything,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not much. That would make sense as a cantrip.
For Vaclav, you have Mage Hand, Message, and Prestidigitation. Do you already have Prestidigitation?
I do, but that's through the book, my book of whatever, book of shadows or whatever.
Can you change the Book of Shadows, or are those set?
I can resummon it each day. So I
Oh,
can summon
perfect.
it
So then,
repeatedly.
yeah, you can always change that. Awesome. Rosa, let's see. Rosa, you have Mending, Poison Spray, and Sorceress Burst.
Neat.
And Phoenix, you have Blade Ward,
That's a good one.
Mage Hand. Oh, lots of trouble with that, I'm guessing. And Sorceress Burst as well.
Sweet.
So I don't want to make it less powerful, but we could take the Wizard Initiate Feat. That gives us 2 cantrips and 1 first level spell. So it would be 1 fewer cantrip that we actually got, but it would give us a way to add it to our sheet.
Oh, interesting.
I think
What
that
do you guys think about that?
I thought there was some way to add stuff. Because you can customize almost anything. I mean, you can customize your weapon,
I've
customize your spell.
tried. I don't know how to add spells that are not part of your class.
Really?
What happens if we add
Like a sorcerer level
one
is what I was thinking.
sorcerer? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I mean, that'll come with hit points and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying not to do that.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, that'll change your proficiency bonuses
Oh, yeah.
as it goes up and stuff too. So
Also,
I don't think that'll.
I don't think everybody would qualify for it.
Oh, yeah, probably
You
not.
have to have a charisma 13.
Yeah, that actually reminds me as well. For this, you can choose a different focus of ability like we did with Tieflings as well. So if you want to choose like a different ability to harness your sorcery magic, you can.
So Magic Initiate Warlock lets you choose the 3 mental traits: intelligence, wisdom, or charisma.
Oh yeah, I guess it would make sense that it's one of the mental traits. I like that idea. Darn, I wasn't thinking that this wouldn't fit into the new system. I totally forgot about that.
Huh?
I mean, we can always
it's
just
fine.
have
I'll
like
just
a
keep
separate
track.
Google Doc of everybody's stuff and like if things are cast or whatever too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also wondering, I think we can homebrew, you can create a magic weapon or a magic item, and it could be listed as like sorcery progenitor.
Oh, that would
That
make
will
sense.
imbue us with these powers, right? But I don't know how to finagle. I'm sure if we just play with it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to figure that out. So I'm just realizing I don't think I've ever played Sorcerer before. When it comes to the spells and their casting, are we just using them within existing spell slots? What was your thought about?
Oh, sure. You have 2
how they
separate spell slots that are tied to this class. Ties
Okay.
to this list, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense.
And actually,
So
as I'm saying it,
basically,
I
two
was...
level 1 spell slots just for these spells.
It's, 2 level 1 spell slots and the cantrips, which obviously don't need spell slots.
Right.
But there's supposed to be 2 spells, but I'm rethinking and changing my mind that I think I want them both to be random because I think that adds a little bit more of interest instead of the second one being like picked. So I think we might choose like go and then we can always swap them around if people get really bad ones. But it's supposed to be this like elemental energy that is changes your character in interesting ways, not necessarily like more broken ones is the plan or my thought
Sure.
process on it.
Yeah, no, it sounds like fun. Okay.
And the last thing as well is that we all have the Fiend creature type in addition to humanoid.
Oh, nice.
So next time you use Divine Sense, you'll sense yourself.
That's right.
We
For
will.
all of us.
Should we roll then again?
Yeah,
for-
please. If you put go ahead and roll just a regular d20 in the chat, and then I'll go through and let you know what your first level spell is. Hopefully they're ridiculous, is my hope.
So,
Winter, you have Magic Missile as your second spell. That's hilarious.
Nice.
And I do believe, at least from the old Magic Missile, you can choose what they look like. So maybe they're little dragon heads or something. That could be hilarious.
Nice.
So let's see. Phoenix. Phoenix, can you roll again, please?
Mm-hmm. 1.
Cool. You got burning hands.
I already have it.
Oh, you have? Oh, from your...
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Roll one more time.
Okay. 5.
Burning Hands from the original Player's Handbook is one of my favorite, like...
Roll one more time. That's Comprehend Languages, which...
15.
Oh, I think we did that one already, too. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, one more time.
5. One more time.
Dan, why don't you just select the next one in the list?
How about 10?
Perfect. Featherfall.
Oh, I
That's a great
like.
one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Yeah, I could just choose the next one. I enjoy the rolling though; it makes it a little more interesting. But hopefully next time it won't be quite as because we're running out of them is the thing. Yeah, Vaclav, what did you or who is next on the Rosa? You had 2. Oh, Rosa, you have Charm Person.
Just what the paladin needs.
Exactly, because we needed more moral ambiguity for our paladin. That's funny. Loki. Loki, you have color spray,
Ooh, that's a good one.
which does isn't that one weird? I can never remember what that one does.
I think it reveals like invisible
I
creatures.
thought
And
is that the one that
too?
does like random things based on a dice? I actually don't. I don't know if I've ever seen someone use color spray. And
don't.
Vaclav, you have 14. Vaclav, you have jump.
Jump. Yeah.
Jump.
Nice.
Cool.
That's everybody's second ones. Cool. And then, like I was saying, these can be swapped and traded between each other. We have the Fiendish subtype. You have 2 first level spell slots. And I'll add this. I'll type it up better for us for next time.
Color spray causes blindness. In a 15-foot scone.
Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, as you're resting, these the magic kind of like takes hold into you. You have like fever dreams of magic and powers, and you have dreams related to your 2 spells that are now kind of like swirling around inside of you. It's not like a part of you though. It's something that you feel like if you needed to, you could exchange it or trade it to some of the other sorcerer progenitors. At least you get that sense. As people wake up, maybe go through their different watches, you'll notice that some of your tiefling specific body features like your tails or your fangs or your scales or horns become like significantly more exaggerated and standing out, much more than like any of the other tieflings you've seen. Maybe even like a fang or a little aura of like uncomfortable warmth comes off of you, but that coincides with gaining the fiendish subtype. Or creature type, if you will. Almost as though you've become what they've been claiming you to be for so long. You dirty sorcerers.
We need to open up more of these bastions.
All right, the long rest finishes uneventfully, and you have back to whatever your full health and what benefits you get from a long rest.
I wake up and I look over and Vaclav, did you have horns before?
I did, yeah.
I'm like, did your horns get bigger?
Maybe they're branching out now.
I go, I'm 52. I don't think my horns are getting bigger.
Like, no, Vaclav, she's right.
And I'm like,
And I reach up and like, this feels different.
does anybody else feel different?
Yes, I feel stronger. Snowfall and I are much stronger.
Did anybody like grow a tail or something dramatic?
Don't we already have them?
I had it-
Yeah, you might have, but
But mine has now like a like a little the barb at the end. You know?
Right.
Uh-huh.
That's what I
the
was
little,
just
the little
thinking.
triangle. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Cool. I'm gonna say like I had a scruffy beard when I went to bed, but now it's like a goatee.
Oh yeah, yeah. One of those like devilish goatees. I know exactly what you mean.
Uh-huh. Um,
Here's one. Does Phoenix like age differently a little bit, or are you still 12?
So 12.
Now he's got a little sap in him.
Yeah, he went from lawful good to chaotic good. Feel like he was heading that way anyways.
I could see that.
has this room changed while we were sleeping?
It has probably just gotten. This room was pretty clean before because it was kind of closed off from the outer chambers. It has not changed though. Pretty sure. I can check my little map though to see. If I can find my other map.
So we can create homebrew feats.
Yeah, this room stays empty. Oh, so with the homebrew feat, can you have like add spells to your spell list, kind of a thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I'll work on it.
I'm also trying to see if adding like I'm creating an item, like a magic item that doesn't need to be attuned. Like it's, I'll just have that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been slow for the rest of you, but everything in D&D Beyond, especially like searches and stuff, have been really slow to.
When I tried to type a note, it wouldn't even like enter. Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting the same thing. Because I usually put all these things down as notes, and none of that was working right. So.
Interesting. I wonder if their servers are slammed on Sunday because everyone's playing. That's what I'm thinking.
Could be, but usually, I mean, so I've seen this happen before, but never like through an entire playing session like we've had today. I wonder if whatever system they use to scale their servers is just not. They're probably using like Amazon Cloud or something to scale for demand, and I wonder if that's just not working right.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine. All right. What's the plan next?
We need to figure out maybe like, pull out some rations and we start discussing how to deal with the orbs. And we're also like using our knowledge of all of the different powers that we've gained overnight.
Yeah, and also, didn't we, on the initial coming into this place, didn't, I think, Vaclav or somebody looked at, at the wall, and it was like a map, and it showed like another exit?
Yeah, we gotta go to the magic room because
Oh, we do know?
there's a teleportation. There's a way to teleport
Oh,
in there.
okay.
But we have, because the chasm closed up, now we have to like go through.
Go the long way.
Yeah.
I feel like we've teleported out of that room once already.
Kind of.
Did.
Not sure I want to go back there. But let's push on.
All right.
So I'll round everyone up, start playing, I don't know, some kind of march.
Is the march have any magical effects, or just because you're a bard?
No, just because I'm a bard.
Perfect, works for me.
Thoughts on the orb? Are we just gonna go for it?
I don't think we got much choice.
I think we should all firebolt it.
At the
Like
same-
everybody just focus fire, firebolt. Enough of us should hit to blow them away.
Okay.
Blow the army away outside.
What?
What are we blowing away?
The orbs.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we could go do that. We could go do that to the army outside and just sit there and pick them off.
All right. Yeah, let's keep going.
All right.
I'll go out front with presumably with Rosa. We'll head for the circular stairway, I guess, or maybe we could stop and see the design, the relief or whatever that was crumbled before. What does it depict?
Oh, the one that was in front of this spot right there?
Yeah.
What was that other relief? We had the menacing sorcerer, the diagram, and the spire.
Oh, it was damaged because of the.
Yeah, it was the one that we dug through.
Yeah, yeah.
It seems.
What it
It seems like it was some kind of magic.
Yeah, that one I think was it was like a showing of a couple of very powerful spells. One was like an exploding burst of sun, and the other was like a huge crack in the earth, like disrupting a whole army battle. Now that it's rebuilt, you can kind of see that it's like a powerful spells.
Okay.
Okay.
And Vaclav, you said you and Rosa are in the front, is that right?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
And then what's the rest of the order?
Winter and Snowfall go next.
Cool.
Then Phoenix.
And Loki. Okay, perfect. Heading down the stairs. Would you be tight like that, or would you be like a different formation?
How many can go in like across, or is it like a single?
We'll say it's pretty wide stairs. We could like go 2 by 2.
I think that I'd like to go first to kind of gauge what's going on, and I'd like to be sneaky.
You'd like to be, wouldn't you?
Everybody wants to be sneaky.
Yep.
Sure. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
I'm going to go with guidance for myself here.
Okay.
And I take like a deep breath and I got this, Markov. Just give me a second.
Shrug. She's like, jingle, jingle, jingle.
Or just trips on the ground and
I do. I rolled a 2 and I have a -1.
nice.
So I rolled a 3 with my guidance.
Ooh.
And I begin to walk down the stairs steeply, and I rolled a 3.
Yeah, it's definitely clomp, clomp, clomp. You trip on one of the stairs going down near the bottom. Recover yourself, but as you do, a couple of the orbs that you can see would fire a burst of electrical energy over towards you. What's your armor class?
My armor class is 18.
Perfect. Both of the electrical blasts, one misses you completely, the other hits you but deals no damage. Can everyone make an initiative roll for me?
And I'm like, oops. Oh, geez. Okay. What happens? Okay, I guess. I've never done this before.
Hey, Rosa, you're being really loud. Oh, 0.
Nice.
-1.
I mean, nothing special happens. You just go like, pretty sure you're last then.
You have a what?
I rolled a 1 and I have a -1.
So you
I
have
also
a
rolled a
three.
1, but I've got a +3, so I got the lowest initiative. We both got the lowest initiatives we can get.
Nice.
That's funny.
Winter is first, then Vaclav, Phoenix, Loki, right? Vaclav, Phoenix, Loki.
All right. I will go down
Well,
the
that's
stairs.
weird how they entered literally in order on the chat.
Mm.
And pop off a shot. 19 to hit. Floating orb 3.
19 hits.
And then I will have Snowfall uses reaction to add D6 cold. So that is a
Yeah.
total of 10 damage. One of it is cold.
Okay, that was to number 2 or 3.
3. And then Snowfall and I are... I think if that's cover, we're going to get behind it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And my turn.
Cool. Over to Vaclav.
Okay, so I want to, bound down the stairs basically.
Yeah.
As fast as I can. How much is?
Are you going to dash or just a movement? I'm going to say, we'll say like going down the stairs will cost an extra 10 feet. So if you, oops, that's not measure. If you are going to move from, where are you starting? Where's your character? Why can I not?
I don't know.
I saw him on there a second ago. He disappeared.
Did you put something on top of me?
Usually it says below. I may have accidentally like deleted you or something. But I can just copy from your. Oh,
Yeah.
I know what I did. I put a fog of war over your character sheet. That's hilarious. Over your token. So you can move 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just say you can get like, it'll cost like an extra 10 to go down the stairs. So we'll move you here. Unless you want to dash, then you could continue moving.
An extra 10. Okay, so I'm there and my movement is used up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then from there, I will cast Firebolt at orb number 2.
Perfect.
12 to hit.
Unfortunately, 12 doesn't hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I still blessed? No, that was from yesterday. Okay, never mind. Yes.
Perfect. Do you end your turn?
Yes.
All right. Floating orb moves a little bit closer here. Rosa and Vaclav fires at both of you. What's your armor class?
Well,
Rosa's yours is like 18 or something, right? Vaclav,
Correct.
yours is 12.
yep.
Rolled poorly. This one actually fires at both of you. There's 2 zaps, one to each of you. Both of them miss, though. This one moves closer, fires at both of you as well. Both of these end up hitting. Vaclav for 8 electric damage, and Rosa for 6 electric damage.
And we can't take reactions. Is that what happens?
Oh, no, nothing like that goes in
Okay.
addition to it. More just
Okay.
the regular zapping for here. This one also moves up a little bit into range and fires at both of you. That one hits as well for both. Wow. Vaclav, you take 3 electric damage, and Rosa, you take 4 additional electric damage. And one more orb comes out of the little fog here, moves up and fires at both of you as well. This time, Vaclav, you are hit, and Rosa, you are not. Vaclav, you take 8 electric damage.
All right. I'm like, my hair standing
Yeah,
up. And
For sure. Zapped. Hear him yelping out. He's like, should have cast my false life more often. And Phoenix, your turn.
I am going to move. Oops, wrong thing. Here we go. Phoenix is going to move to there. And actually, Phoenix would move to there. And blast. Which is the one that laid some damage down on Vaclav and Rosa?
Most of them did.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm just going to take the closest one, and I'm going to fireball at floating orb number 2.
Okay.
That is a total. No one has hit anyone yet, right? Of the orbs.
You did yesterday, but not today. Oh,
No,
yeah.
today I'm
Orb
talking-
3 was hit.
Winter did 10.
Yeah.
Winter did 10
Oh, you
damage to
did
orb 3.
to orb 3? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Can I change to orb 3, please?
That's fine.
Okay, great. So that was a 12 on the die plus firebolt plus 5. 17 to hit?
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay, and that's a D10. D10. Where's the D10? Not too much. 2 plus. That's it. 2 fire damage.
Perfect. Solid little hit. Not quite enough to knock it out of the sky, though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Perfect. You end your turn?
No, I do not. These guys are pissing me off. And guess who's coming to visit?
Ooh.
Sparks will be coming to visit us. So I am going to summon my wildfire spirit. He sees me getting freaked out and scared and mad, and he knows we don't like these guys. So Sparks comes out, and he shows up. He shows up within.
You can put him wherever you like.
Yeah, it's.
Doesn't he
I'm
get
putting
like
it-
a radius or something to do something when he comes in?
Oh yeah, he does. He does.
What's
some
what's
shit.
the radius?
It's anyone within 5 feet of him gets D6 damage. So I would put him like right in front of the floating orbs, 2 and 3.
Yeah, if you want to put him and his little
Sure.
damage marker.
That and
So cool. And then what happens to them?
okay, so spirit appears on occupied space within 30 feet of me. Each creature, within 10 feet of that.
It might be a
takes-
little out of your range, unfortunately. I'm looking.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, shit. It's okay. He's gonna move anyways. How do I change the size of the damage thing?
Oh, you can't.
Would you change it to 10 feet?
What is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be 10 feet.
Well, it's 15 feet right now. It's supposed to be 10 feet around him, or what is it saying?
Yeah, with anyone within 10 feet of him.
Got it. So
it would be
25 then.
Yeah.
Because then that would be 10 feet around
Yeah,
him,
that's
right?
the ticket.
Got it.
Okay. And then he goes there, and then he has 30 feet of he can fly or walk. So he's going to move. If he moves to here, that's within his movement, and then this would move to there. And then, so what happens with that is, okay, one target I can see. 1 second. I think that anyone, let's see, it appears 10 feet on me. Let's see, succeed. Oh, maybe it's not that. I thought that it was if they started their turn in there.
When you cast Firebolt earlier?
What's that?
You cast Firebolt?
Yeah, I cast Firebolt.
Wasn't that an action?
This is to summon him is a bonus action, I thought.
I'm just reading where it says summon Wildfire Spirit. Isn't that the second sentence?
The only action it takes.
I might also be. Is Wildfire
I'm sorry.
Spirit
Action. I was looking down here under bonus actions. It's listed. It's under bonus actions, but I think that's just the stuff that it can do. I'm sorry. The summoning is an action. Never mind. Fucking Travis. Yeah, never mind. He doesn't show up yet.
Perfect. Sorry about that.
That's perfectly all right.
Do you end your turn?
Not quite. Now I have my turn.
Got it. Perfect. Loki.
All right. So from where I'm at, I think I can get to the bottom of the stairs, and that's would be my 30 feet of movement.
Yeah, that works for me. Like over there.
Okay. And then at floating orb 3, I'm going to use my new Ray of Frost cantrip.
Ooh, cool.
And see how that does. So it is frigid beam of blue light streaks out its target within range 60 feet. Oh, it's a ranged spell attack. I was thinking it was a save. All right. A ranged spell attack is going to be 22 to hit.
That'll hit for sure.
And then it's a D8 for damage. Oh, a whopping 3.
Oh, it only had 3 health, so that's perfect. That one shreds
Cool.
into pieces and does die. The firebolt really softened it up for you, I think.
Nice. You came in and cleaned it up.
Do you end your turn?
That'll be the end of my turn, yeah.
Perfect. Rosa?
So I'm going to. Why are we buttons are sticking here? I'm going to approach, moving myself to the 30 feet. And then I'm going to from here, I can't get closer.
You can
Actually-
if you dash.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. I'm actually going to dash, placing myself here. So I'm going to dash, and then as a bonus action, I'm going to as a bonus action, I am going to create a shield of faith around myself.
Ooh. Okay.
And that's what I do. And I
You
come
might have
up,
to put that into the chat. I don't think I know that one.
sure. I'm going to come up screaming like a, like a warrior would. I've got my shield up. I'm holding my long sword, and I start screaming, "Ah!" And that's what I do.
Perfect. Back to the top. Winter. Oops, that's not token.
All right, Winter's gonna pop out with snowfall here and crack a shot at orb 2.
Sure. Make an attack.
That is a 13.
13 barely hits.
All right. Same thing. He's infusing the damage with cold. So that is an 8 plus 3, 11 damage. 6 of it cold.
Perfect. That was to the second orb?
Yeah, orb 2.
Okay, solid hit. Orb 2 looks damaged.
And then I'm going to have him move. Wait, how many feet can he move? 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. No, he can't make it. So he's going to stay back. And I will end my turn.
Perfect. Vaclav?
All right, I'm angry. I'm summoning up, somebody to strike at them with, and this orb of acid streaks from my hand. So I'm doing chromatic orb for orb of acid.
Cool.
I got a 16 to hit.
16 hits?
Yeah, the closest one there.
The damage one?
I think it's the closest one. Yeah. How far can chromatic orb jump?
I don't.
Thought it was 120.
No.
It's got a range of 90, and it jumps within 30. Okay, yeah, that should be fine.
I've never used chromatic orb before.
Cheesy.
6 and 8 and 7. Well, it didn't jump, but it just completely burned up that one.
Oh yeah, that one's totally destroyed.
Yep.
Wow.
And
yeah. And I forgot to say this too, Vaclav. You would certainly notice this. I think someone else used one of their spells, their sorcery spells. It seems like when you use your sorcery spells, it's doing more damage to these.
Oh.
So that one kind of like detonated.
Nice. So yeah, and I'm advancing, and as I come forward, I'm summoning a sword, one of my big black great swords out of the ether.
Perfect. All right. The orbs float a little bit. This one floats a little bit away from you, Rosa. You would be able to attack if you'd like.
Swing away.
Okay.
Woo, that was a good one. So as I'm swinging, that would be a 21 to hit. So
Hits.
then it deals the nice. That would be 12 damage.
Yep. That one is almost destroyed, severely damaged. You almost sliced a big chunk off of it, but it managed to continue floating.
And I'm going, come back!
With that, it does fire a shot at Rosa and Vaclav, both targets within range. Vaclav is hit, and so is Rosa. Wow.
I do have a AC of 20 now.
Why?
Because of my shimmering field.
Oh. How long does that last?
10 minutes.
Where do you get that from?
It's one of my it's one of my
Your divinities?
spells.
That's crazy. I rolled a 19 though, so I think it would hit in this case, but that is good to know.
Okay, so
Dan,
then
can
I need to roll a concentration save, and that's a 13.
Perfect. Rosa, you take 7 damage, and Vaclav, you take 6. Yes, sorry.
Can I use that corner for cover?
You could probably get like your little half cover, which is +2. What's your armor class?
Well,
12. It wouldn't help you in this case,
okay,
but you could certainly try. But it still hits you.
okay.
Floating orb 4 also moves away from you, Rosa. I don't think you can get a second one. And it fires at you, Rosa. Critically misses, nearly hits the other orb, and the other shot also misses Vaclav. Phoenix, it's your turn.
All right. Oh. Oops, move. If I am here, can I see? I can see this floating orb 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to firebolt at that thing. Maybe. 14?
14 hits.
Cool. Or, well, where did I do with it? Another 2.
That it's as close to being dead as it possibly could be.
Okay. Then, yeah, take that! And I move back.
Perfect.
Loki! Snowfall! Do something!
I think Snowfall and Winter have done the most damage. Loki's
Yep.
next.
All right. I am.
I'm liking this little turn tracker thing that was recommended. I don't know if you guys care, but it's helpful for me.
Get to here, and then I'm gonna attack Floating Orb 1 with Ray of Frost again.
Okay.
Oof. What is my plus to hit? 5. So 12 to hit.
Just a barely whiff.
Oh, I can use. It's a bonus action to use Bardic Inspiration, right?
Yes, I
Right.
don't think you can use it on yourself after you know the result, though. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay.
Do you have DM inspiration?
You could use that.
Do you?
I do not, but it's
Let me see if
okay.
I do.
Let's see. So then I will. What's the next step? I think that's it. I'm just on my turn here.
Perfect. Rosa?
I am going to which is the one that's like on death's door?
1.
1.
Okay, it says severely damaged.
It does, yes.
I'm charging at it and I swing at it.
Yep.
Where's my 88? And that would be a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
With a 7 plus 3, so 10 damage.
10 damage. It kind of shreds into pieces and dies.
Nice.
Fantastic. And then as I swing, I bring the sword around and point it at the other guy. And that's my turn.
Perfect. Back to Winter.
Extra attack.
Can
I think
Winter
level 5 extra attack.
see the floating orb from here?
Yeah.
All right. Fire and miss.
Nice.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're right, Finley.
What'd she say?
Roll dice.
Oh, he doesn't get to this time.
And then I guess Snowfall. Yeah, we're just gonna move like that. kind of starting heading down the hallway here. And my actually, I'll have him go 5, 10, 15, 20,
Snowfall would say,
30, 35.
"Were you hunting the wall?"
No, we're hunting the orb. And then I will have him double move here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. So he can get all the way up to the orb, but can't attack.
Perfect. Do you need your turn?
Yes.
Cool. Vaclav?
Mhm.
Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
I'll charge in at number 4, swinging my sword.
Perfect. Can you get there and attack? Oh,
so.
you can, just barely.
14 to hit
14 hits.
for 11 damage.
Nice. Severely damaged again. Not quite enough to kill it, though.
No Fall will use his reaction to infuse your attack for an extra d6 cold.
Is that...
Oh, cool.
Does he have to be... How does that work?
He just has to see the target be hit.
That's crazy.
And it has to be a weapon. Can't be a spell.
And that's his reaction or something?
Yeah, it's his reaction.
Cool.
Okay, 5 more cold damage.
5 more. Cool. With your sword, was holding on, but a little bit of ice comes off the sword as well from Snowfall's infusion. I don't know what that looks like exactly, but it's cool.
I like to think Snowfall's like breath weapon is not ready yet, but it's like a little chew, you know what I mean?
He gets so excited when he sees someone else hit with a weapon. He just like, I like it. How does it work though with the ranged attack? Does he like shoot really far with an arrow? I don't know, but that's cool.
I think he just like infuses it as it's flying. So like he just clips it with his little cold.
There's like cold that would come off the sword as well. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep, that one dies as well, revealing another walkway to what looks like a room ahead.
All right.
Fortunately, I'm probably gonna have to go soon.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. That we're running a little long. Sorry. Yeah, we can stop here to move a good space to continue going.
I'm going to lay hands on myself.
Perfect. Yeah, you kind of got the snot kicked out of you there.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm kind of all blackened with my hair sticking out too.
That's right.
So I can cast Healing Word on Vaclav if you need help.
That would be nice. I also renew my false light.
Is that a ritual or is that an ability? Where does that come from?
I can cast it at will. It's an invocation.
An invocation. And that's from the new Warlock thing, right?
Yeah, it was the old Warlock had it too, but the new one's a little bit better. The old Warlock, you still had to roll for how much hit points you got, D4 plus 4, but the new one, it's max every time.
Oh, so is it 8 for you every time?
Yep.
And it's a action or a bonus action or?
Action.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So you can just do that in between and then like absorb extra 8.
Right.
Does the blacksmith like get mad at you when you burn it all and keep taking the damage, or does he like it getting used?
Actually, I forgot. As I cut through this last orb, maybe there's a little like flow of red mist or something that emerges from the orb and flows into me.
Do you have the thing where it like heals you or whatever?
I get temporary hit points.
Cool.
Enemies that die within 10 feet of me.
How long do they last?
Till I rest, I think.
Oh, cool.
All right. And I heal you for 8, Vaclav.
Thank you.
Nice. So I think we'll be pausing here. I think Ken will probably be back in a second. Looks like he's in charge of Finley, is my guess. It's hard to probably play and be in charge of Finley.
Yes.
I think that Finley is almost as old as Tanner was when we started playing, Dan.
Yeah, that sounds about right, huh?
Oh yeah, because he wasn't in like preschool or anything then, right?
When we play in your classroom. And
Yeah.
he'd sit on like Jenna Ray's lap or something, and
And then he would like fall asleep in the corner, right? I forgot about that. He was so little.
yep.
That picture of Neil took was one of the best things ever. It's Travis. He's on Travis's lap, and you see Tanner's feet and Travis. And I think
Oh,
it's
I remember that
me
picture.
in between creating the illusion that
Mhm.
Travis just has these tiny little legs.
I remember that.
It pops up on Facebook every once in a while as a memory. Like, oh, that's so great.
Yeah.
Fun stuff, y'all. Rose is the sorceress progenitor.
Progenitor.
Did not expect that. Like, I figured something, but this is crazy. Not, I mean, yeah, the fun of getting all the cool stuff, but like, what does this mean? Which brings me to the bud of like, how is Rosa gonna move forward, like, with this? Like, how does this play into the family part of it, you know? Her whole thing is we're kind of tricked by Tokos to do this thing that took her away from the family. But also, like, fuck the king, because he's oppressing our people. But I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go with it. I also am wondering how we're going to get back to our group. Because now we're like 2 days from being with them. It's been 2 days since we've left them.
I don't think it's been that long. It was a long
Yeah.
rest and like 2 hours, right? So it's probably like a half a day.
Okay, so we're still there. Yeah, cool. And then my thorn is the clunkiness of trying to balance that. Like, I guess it's that character balance of wanting to be there for the family, but also wanting to let me just be an adventurer. But you know, that's the paladin way, right? Like, I've taken an oath, I have this responsibility, so it's a good thing, but it's also like, as a player, I just want to like break off and go be this warrior. So that's fun to play. My play of the game would be, it's got to be Phoenix, like, sending the bat out there and finding, I do this, and I'm like imagining it, because of course he's like playing a 12-year-old boy.
Which isn't that different from just being myself.
Right.
So, easy.
But what I liked about it, what made it the play of the game for me, was the way that he was leaning into his character, but also that was the introduction of the imbuement of this primal magic, and like, you don't connect it until later, but then it's like, okay, that was really cool. That was a really cool segue. But I also have to give a shout out to Vodka, who was like, I fall asleep during my watch. I don't wake the kid up. You know, like, that was awesome.
Awesome, thanks.
So for me, Rose was definitely doing the getting grease coming out, you know, when I'm like having my little spastic tantrum right there. and that was classic. And then it tying into the sorcerer's progenitor is great. My bud is like, how do we get out of this? Once we get out of the Bastion, then how do we even get back home? Because we floated down a river. We don't have that option now. And I don't think we can paddle back up the river. Maybe we can, but I feel like we have a nice long slog in front of us. Maybe steal some horses. I don't know. But we've got like 1,000 arrows right on the other side of the Bastion, just waiting for us to pop out over there. So, and then another rose is finding out that, this is like the Emperor's power is capping this stuff and like suppressing the, something that the energy of the people, so great tie-in to making it, very topical for today. I like that. And Rose just said I was so tired that I was literally like nodding in and out, and I just was playing terrible. So
That's your boobs?
So Thorn, I'm
I
sorry,
figured it was
Steve,
his
right
Thorn.
there, Thorn. That, and then like just blowing it so bad on bringing sparks, because that was perfect opportunity to bring sparks, and then I firebolted first, so lame. But anyhow, shit happens. Next session I'll be great. Also, we're gonna have to rely on Ken's notes almost exclusively. Mine are so bad. Like I was like, oh yeah, I'll write something down. I was writing, and it was doing that like where you're writing and then it trails off to a line. It happened like 4 times. I was
Like
like, fuck it, I'm
the
done.
Monty Python where it's
Yeah.
why did
Yeah.
you write that?
Play the game. I really thought that Vaclav was playing characters so well today. So yeah, perfect.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, so for me, the rose, I really liked. There are 2 things: your idea of like basically everybody getting a little bit of level 1 sorcerer to go along with everything, which is supposed to be, at least as I understand the story, like the thing that is feared and suppressed in the world. So I kind of like that. I really liked the little side incursion into the second level of hell. So that I'm glad that played out the way it did, and that like at first I was like, oh my God, are we stuck in hell trying to figure out how we get home? And is that really where this, because that didn't feel like where the story was supposed to be going. And I like that we were able to do that and not have it end up like being something that became either onerous or really changing everything. Um, I also kind of wonder if that was I don't know how much of that was I suspect all of it just created on the fly, but I liked that it it allowed us to like get more information about this thing we were supposed to do, that it seemed at some point pretty clear we were supposed to do it, but that it might like kill us or something, which is what it ended up practically doing, because we were all really hurt before doing it. So I liked the way that whole thing played out, as almost like a little mini side quest that like I said, didn't seem to derail anything, but was fun added info. Um, let's see, play of the game for me. I would go with Vaclav too. I always like the way that Ian seems to find a way into his character and make that come out. It's something I aspire to. I don't think I achieved this session, but it's also I look at it as a little bit of a redirect for me too. So I like it the way he does it. It's a lot of fun. I mean, Travis does a lot of good with that too. So, but yeah, I would give play of the game to Vaclav. The only thorn for me, I like Travis, pretty exhausted, but I'm trying to think if there's anything specific in game. I think the indecision back and forth stuff of everything and was that we're ending up back where we were. And I mean, we got there organically, which is cool. I but I feel like it was some back and forth that it I don't know how much it has added overall. I mean, it definitely deepened the story and everything. And so to that it was effective, but I feel like deja vu all over again a little bit. But that's not anyone's fault. That's, I think it's exactly what would happen in this circumstance. It's like, oh, we did the thing and now let's go out and oh, nope, can't go that way. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I wanted to reply that the little incursion into hell, it wasn't like originally planned. I actually had that idea last week from one of Tabby's comments of like, why are we doing all of this? And you were sharing it from like more Rosa's perspective, but I was like, it was a really good point that like I thought of for a while, and I was like, you're just kind of like being led around, that I was like had you on rails more than I really liked. So I was trying to come up with a way to do a little bit of like exposition, but by showing, not telling, so you could like get some information. And I really liked the we're gonna kidnap you and ask you questions, because I really wanted to tell you stuff, but I didn't want to like just tell you it, because then it feels like I'm just like info dumping. So that was probably my favorite, Vaclav, when you did that. But it wasn't created like in the moment of this session, but I wasn't sure what you guys were gonna do. I knew you were gonna like go there, but I was like, I don't know how you're gonna get home. We'll have to see. And Tabby, your solution of just holding on to Tokos was really clever, and I was like, that is like perfect for what I was thinking. So that's why I was like, because I did not want us to go around, because like these hellish monsters were just like eating you all alive. You're level 2 and you're like well rested, so like I was like, what are you gonna go do, exploring? You'll get like stomped. So but I was glad that you got to like talk to him and get a little bit more of a deeper sense, I feel like, hopefully, and like a little bit more of an understanding. And then you proceeded to like do none of the things I thought when you went back, which was fine. But yeah, it was just funny. So yeah, I'm glad that you found that useful, because it was supposed to give you a little bit more background so that you had a little more sense of like, I'm doing this because it's a choice that I've made, not because like I think Dan wants me to do this next, because that doesn't feel as good as like a well-crafted story. So yeah,
For sure.
I think once he said it'll hurt the Emperor, we were in.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I should have just started with that. But then I was also going to try to see if I could tell you that it was going to really hurt you when you did it. But like you guys were just like, oh, it's going to hurt the Emperor. No more questions. And I was like, okay, go.
Oh, I knew it was gonna hurt us, and that's why I was like, all right, this is what's happening. Hope at least one of us who can heal is alive.
Yeah, I know. I was curious.
So for me, my rose was also the scene in hell. I thought that was interesting change of pace and unexpected way to go and everything. My bud, I have two buds. One is to see the empire splitting apart as the king has now died. I'm sure that news will take a little while to travel to us, but be cool. And then the other bud is what is the connection between hell and this sort of energy, right? This primal magic. The fact that it sort of increased our devilishness suggests that it's hellish in origin. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And I think we've seen a lot of infernal written in this artifact, this black obelisk. I do think we let Tokos off very easily. When number one, he was like, "Oh, I just lied about that artifact," and then number two, he was like, "Oh, you guys are all still alive, huh?" So we'll have to even that score later. My thorn, it's a little hard to say, but like it felt a little procedural or mechanical, where our heads were very much in the sort of mechanistic steps of solving problems or doing things, the procedures of things, and there was some role playing and it was good, but I don't know. I felt like Ian's brain was engaged much more than Baklav's brain. If that makes sense. Play the game. I thought Winter and Phoenix both did some really cool stuff, especially Winter. I mean, I'm going to give it to Winter for interacting with his dragon, and his his excitement and pleasure at having the dragon and exploring that. But I also think Phoenix did some really interesting stuff with sort of getting us to go up the tunnel with provoking the guards or trying to incinerate the guards, with his magical power. And,
All right. His tantrum.
It was, yeah, and he's a very consistent flavor. He's got a strong sense of character.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, with your thorn, I was feeling very much similar, and I was trying to figure out like why it doesn't. I feel like the last game we had more role playing, and I wonder if it's just because we're still early and we're still finding it, or is it something that I'm setting it up in the world where there's not enough space to role play as we did before, or I've been trying to figure out ways, or is it just because we've been in this dungeon and everyone we meet is like antagonistic to us and there was less allies? So I've been trying to think about ways to have more of those role-playing opportunities, and I hope that some are coming up, but I wonder if it's anything that I'm doing in particular, because I have a similar feeling to what you said, Ian, and I was like trying to figure out why I'm having that feeling, and I don't think I felt like that as much in the previous game that we were playing, if that makes sense.
I think it's a pretty normal result of being in a dungeon.
Yeah, I was just thinking that exact same thing.
Yeah, I think a dungeon moves you into the headspace of proceeding from room to room and overcoming challenges and, getting loot or whatever, accomplishing the mission. Whereas when we're out in the world and, we just have like a vague goal and the whole world is there, that's more, what do you call it? Conducive, I guess, to role playing. But I'm not complaining. I like dungeons,
I'm wondering if, because I feel the same way, and I think it is inherently, I think it has to do with the way that dungeons are traditionally set up. And I think that a way that you could overcome that is by creating a dungeon that becomes more sandboxy. You did a really good job of taking us out of that element in a unique way. We ended up in that second level of hell. I'm almost wondering if there's a way to make it a dungeon crawl without us realizing it's a dungeon crawl. So maybe it's the tapestries or the paintings that we came up with, we end up in the painting somehow, right? Like something that is, it's still when you zoom out, we're still in a dungeon, but it would provoke a different style of play from the players when you don't realize that you are still stuck in the DM's dungeon, if that makes sense.
I think so. I like that.
Classic
Undungeoning.
one.
What?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking of like undungeoning it in a way to make it more. I have a couple of ideas actually. I like that idea of it. But what were we gonna say, Ian?
Oh, I was going to say a classic way of like relieving that or giving more opportunities is to have competing factions in the dungeon.
Hmm.
You know, where you can form alliances or you can do stuff like that.
Right. I mean, we already know that there are people that have gone into the Bastion. Where did they go? We've only seen 3 bodies. Have we run into do we run into anybody else? Like, what gives us purpose while we're in there? Like, because that's been... Say again?
I was going to say my interpretation of that was earlier attempts by Tokos to get somebody in here.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. But then we haven't we only ran into 3 incinerated bodies. Like,
right.
Well, I was trying to insinuate with those that there were like indeterminate amounts of flesh. So it wasn't clear if it was like just 3 necessarily. It could have been more because every time there would have been more burned up. At least that's what my theory was. But there could be more, or we could have seen that. I like that. But that did actually give me a really good idea to undungeon the coming spaces, or at least have it not like necessarily be like a dungeon, but also some role-playing opportunities or ways to like really play into our characters. So now I have an idea for next time. Because I didn't want to just keep doing these rooms with the creatures and stuff. It doesn't feel as interesting. But now I have some good ideas, yeah. But yeah, I'm so excited about like the general idea of the world because it's more like, what do you do with the power that you get? Is like evil, is it always evil? Can you use evil powers for good? What do you do if you're the downtrodden and you get more powers than you're supposed to? Or what choices do you make with those? So I think that's more what I'm curious to see from your parties, especially being led by I'll put a paladin with quotes around it, which I'm really curious to see. But yeah, hopefully I'm still having fun. Hopefully you guys had fun. It looks like
for sure.
Winning, at least we'll hear from Ken hopefully later. But I think Vaclav had 3 votes, and 1 from me as well. So Vaclav, do you have inspiration?
No.
No, perfect. Then go ahead and take it. And yeah, I think Ken said that he was unavailable the next 2 Sundays, if I recall. So I think that puts us at the 20th for the next one.
A non sequitur for my readers, God Killer by Hannah Canner. Some really cool ideas from that book. The idea is that there is this world where these gods are being slain by these warriors, and how that all interplays. It's really, I had a really good time reading the first 2 books. So, good stuff.
It's not free on Kindle Unlimited, is it?
It is on Libby.
Oh, I need to do more on Libby. I've been reading like a bunch on the Kindle Unlimited stuff.
And I think you can get it on Spotify. It looks like this.
Yeah, I have it up on Amazon. Looking at it.
Good stuff.
Oh, by the way, I found the easiest way to add the spells to our list. So I took Magic Initiate Wizard from the 2024 selection, and then I took Magic Initiate Sorcerer from the Legacy version, and I was able to add all those spells.
Cool.
Can you add more later, or is that like the maximum? Is there only like 2 slots in each of those?
Each one gives you 2
2 cantrips.
2 cantrips and 1 first level spell. And
Got
then
it.
we'll see what.
I'm curious, in the event, say that you were to gather more sorceress energy and you ended up with more spells, is there a way to then add more somehow? Or is that, like, we'd have to find another method for that?
I could still take
Keep on taking
Wizard
other
from-
magic initiates.
from Legacy. I could also
Mhm.
take Magic Initiate Bard. That might help.
The
That's
other
funny.
thing, so I was able to add all of my spells through creating the magic weapon.
Oh, really?
Okay,
And I
that's-
added it all under the magic item, and I called it sorcery prestidigitation trait. So I have that. The only thing, and all of it says at will, so the only thing I can't add to it is the
Once a day.
sorcery slots.
Oh, I see.
But if I did gain more spells or change them within the party, I
That'd be easy
could.
to do on the item.
Yeah, but magic, we should be able to do like magic items that contain one charge and
Oh, yeah, 2
regenerate for
charges.
long
Couldn't you
rest.
just set it as 2 charges?
Yeah,
And then you could
but
just use the
cantrips
charge.
wouldn't need charges.
Correct,
It would-
but the charges would just be your level 1 spell slots. And then in the event, say later you needed second level spells or whatever happened, you could just have a second item that was like second level sorcery progenitor spells or whatever with the number of charges. Actually, that's a good idea.
And I was also able to add the condition of, like, I created the condition of Fiend.
Oh, really? And does it show up in your type? Or it's just like a different stat?
It's a it wasn't a condition. I think I just put it down as the like as one of the explainers, not explainer. The words descriptions.
Got it. Cool. Well, I think I will turn the streaming off and our recording that way. So good to see anybody that joined in. I don't think anybody joined live with us today, but this way at least it'll be up there so that next time when Travis takes a nap in the middle of the session, he can always go back and re-watch from previous times and find out what it was that he missed. So
You have to go in.
good to see everybody, though. I'm going to go ahead and stop that. Cool. Yeah, just wanted to stop the streaming as well, in case we wanted to say other things.
No, that's good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was also thinking that, like, with the previous one, the fact that we, like, when we started, we were in, like, Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, I felt like it gave a bunch of, like, previous history that now I feel like I have to instill, and it's, like, a lot harder to do that than it is to just, like, start with a pre-made, like, feeling. So I'm realizing that maybe I should have had more of a stronger sense of place when we were first in the world. So now I have to feel like I have to go back in and add that is the one thing that, like, I'm noticing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I wonder if, I mean, one of the things we never really do is create like a body of knowledge of the world that we should just have because our characters grew up here, and where you can like, and we don't even have to role play that or anything. If you wanted to just be like, you know, here are things you know about the world and or a list. And I don't know that what a good way of doing it. I mean, in my, you know, like analytical list mind, it would be just that, a list of things. But, you know, that's not necessarily the role playing fun way to go about it. And I know you always are looking at it through that lens. I always feel like it leaves us with we're making decisions that aren't necessarily what our characters would really have done in a situation, because there are things that we don't know as players that our characters would be obvious lived experience. But I don't know. It's fun either way, but if you think that like creating some of that or having some kind of background that would help infuse that, then maybe we could try that.
Yeah. I like that list idea. I think the issue with it is if I think of like, a Lord of the Rings list or a Star Wars list, it would be like so exhaustively long that
Right.
it would just it'd be so hard to come up with the things that you guys would actually want to know in that space. So and then I can always you can generate it as you're going along, but then and maybe that's why we just as you play you generate those pieces, and then later in mid of the campaign, you have all this like history and things to draw on of, remember when Lucy did that, or when Buddy the Elf did that thing, and now we just don't have that yet because there's only been 4 sessions.
Right, because we're just getting started, and this isn't
I wonder if part of it is just that. But then I was remembering when Ian joined, because you picked like a character and a race that we all knew in the Star Wars world, it was like a really easy jumping off point to get you more involved too. So I don't know. Those are the things I've been thinking about and how to work on as my craft as a DM.
Yeah, and I do think that occasionally you'll throw out that, well, your character would know this.
I've been trying to do that because I know you hate it when when I trick you into doing something you would have known. I'm like, that is a really fair point, and I used to do that a lot more. I feel like.
Right. But no, I think that might be just a different way to handle it when situations arise and you think about it, because I imagine you have a pretty strong sense of what the world is and is like in those things.
A little bit,
your mind. Yeah. And as those things come up that we would know more about, that could just be something that's quickly relayed to us if you feel like that helps us gain that knowledge and move the story in the direction you want it to go.
Yeah. Hey, Ken.
Sorry. Jerry had to take a friend to the hospital, so I got Finley.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no worries. No worry. We're kind of wrapping up. We already did our Rosebud Thorn. I'm curious if you have anything I would add real quick to that.
Oh.
If not, that's okay too.
Yeah, my Rose getting Snowfall and interacting with, and how that was done with the rest of the party as well. I thought that was really cool. But interesting where we go from here. We've made our big accomplishment here, and then we have these new powers. It seems like we kind of should be, bad guys and killing some people. So I'm excited to see how that works out. I don't know that I really had a thorn, and then I didn't really think about the play. Loki getting us into hell was kind of cool, and then the play to get us out with probably Rosa to get us out was, I would say that was probably the best to play the game. Yeah.
Cool. And we were just talking about I've been struggling with, I feel like the world doesn't feel as interesting as the last game, and I'm wondering if that's because we're early in the campaign still, or if it's because last time we started with Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and there was so much inherent backstory that we all just brought with us, or if I'm doing something actively this time that makes the world feel less vibrant, or if that's just me, and we were kind of just talking about that. It sounds like Finley has lots of things to say.
Awesome. I like this.
I like it. It's super interesting with the fires and all that. I think it's probably just because it's so early. There's so much. There's so little built right now.
Yeah, it's going to build awesome. I mean, I love the fact that they don't like magic here, and we're completely magical. That's awesome. And and we just went to the second level of hell. That's super cool. Just a little intro, that just opens up so much more. That's we're already planar, travelers and stuff. I think it's great, Dan.
I also want to add that's one of the buds is the idea of how does this tie back into the beginning, that first session where the dwarves were practicing magic?
Mm-hmm.
Is this connected? And then the lady in blue who was part of the king's group,
oh yeah,
and
clearly had some sort of magical, like, connection. But we're the ones who are being, who are being oppressed because of our sorceress. What did we call it? You called it like the
Diablerie.
Yeah, the diablerie. Like, we're the ones with the diablerie.
Right.
But so far I've seen dwarves, or I've heard dwarves going through this, and then this one, was she human or was she dwarf also?
I think she might have been an elf, but I don't, or maybe a half elf.
Yeah, so like there's these other, like, I know that they weren't the same, but I'm like, okay, yeah, but you wanna oppress us. Awesome. Yeah, we're the devils.
Yeah, we got to blame you guys, obviously.
Of course. Like, come join us at our solstice. Thank you. The half moon is coming.
Yeah, the quarter moon, wasn't it?
Yeah, the quarter
When
moon.
I was just trying to describe how bright it was, and then that became the quarter moon festival. I really liked that. That was funny. Yeah, I think maybe it is just that we're like in the dungeon, and that's like a big part of why we're stuck. And I figured we wouldn't be in the dungeon quite this long, but never know.
I see it like this. The emperor is alcohol, and we are cannabis. And it's the two groups, the lobbyists against the, like, we're rising up, we're rising up.
Okay, so does that half elf lady, is she like the cabal with the cocaine?
She's Bernie.
She's Bernie.
She's Bernie.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
this
so
was just
she's like
huge...
she's within the political system, but she's really fighting for the underdog.
Interesting. I didn't realize this was just a giant U.S. politics simulation.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
And Ken, you said you can't play the next 2 Sundays, right?
Correct. I'm busy. We're going to be in Florida.
Oh, yeah, no, that's totally fine. But you're good the 20th? Sunday, the 20th for the next time?
Oh, I think, yeah. Whatever, 3 weeks from today should be fine.
Oh, okay, cool.